All right, thanks for coming, everyone. Can we settle down and behave for those people who are watching online? Who are the guilty parties that are speaking? Guys at the back, can I get your attention, please? All right, cool. Can I get someone to help close the door behind? And yeah, so we want to make sure that the people online can hear what's going on. So if you can keep it a little low. And then, as always, if you have any discussions, conversations you want to do, you can have it outside. There's a lot of space outside here to have like your own side talks if you'd like. For now, we will have just our introductory session. And then we will move to each of the 4 rooms, and any of the space outside you can use. So welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming on time today. Please give yourselves a round of applause. I think we have almost 100 Malaysians up early on a Saturday at 9 a.m. So I think that's some achievement that maybe Malaysia can change. So this is our first such gathering of, at last count, 250 plus people. So thanks again, everyone, for joining. We have also to thank our sponsors, mainly Etherscan, 42KL, and especially Sunway University for providing this very nice place. Please give them a round of applause as well. And before we start on more things, there are some housekeeping things. So again, make sure that if you have any conversations, you can have it outside so that you don't distract other attendees who are listening. And if you have your phones, please keep it on silent. There are doors at the back. So if you want to move to other rooms to attend other sessions, you can use those, at least for LT5 and LT6 on this side. There's LT7 and LT8 all the way on the other side if you want to go there later. Over there, the rooms are designed a little bit differently, but it's still similar in the sense that there's 2 front doors here. There's also washrooms on the other side there as well if you need to go. And yeah, let's get to more important stuff. So a quick introduction to Ethereum Malaysia or ETHKL. If you don't know, we've been running this meetup group community for the last 5 years, since middle of 2018. So we've actually seen 2 bull runs, potentially 2 bear markets, and we've kind of survived and thrived through it. And that's a lot of it is down to the community for everyone here, either whether you've attended or subsequently become a contributor. If you haven't become a contributor yet, you can always feel free to, because it's an open community for anyone to do so. Yeah, just showing some stuff from years back. For this year, we've actually done a lot of things. So for those who've attended the recent ones, we've gone from maybe 50 plus attendees to 100 plus, and today to 200 plus. Potentially, we can go to 500 or 600 for our next big one. Let's see how that happens. We also have other initiatives such as a hacker house or a community co-working space. If anyone wants to do any co-working together or organize like an ad hoc meetup, or if you know someone, or if you are someone who is visiting from another country, you can also have like a small session there. We've done a mini hackathon in February in APU University. Last month, we did a meetup with 100 plus people. And so a lot of things are happening. So please get involved and help out where you can, because everyone here who's been contributing are doing it in their own free time as volunteers while they are working their full-time jobs. Quick shout out to Shankai over there and Sheng Yong over here, especially, who put a lot of effort to organize today's event. Lutfi here as well, and Faiz, who unfortunately can't make it because of quarantine today. Without them, I don't think today's event would have happened. And a quick note from a venue sponsor. Can I get Eason, who hopefully is here? Okay, please give me a round of applause. Thank
you. All right, thanks, Harif. So hey, everyone. How are you all doing this morning? Great? Okay, amazing. Okay, so thank you guys so much for being here. I know it's really early in the morning, especially on a Saturday. And you guys are here to make one of the biggest ETHKL events happen with like over 200 people. So give yourselves a round of applause. All right. Okay, so before I start talking about 42, I'll give a pretty short intro about myself. So for my Web 2 job, I run a coding school called 42KL. And in my Web 3 job, I basically run a Web 3 startup as well as contribute to building public good funding technologies on Web 2. Essentially, all of that Web 3 magic that you see, I try to bring that in for Web 2 people to use. But yeah, I'll talk a bit about what 42 is. But before that, I want to know how many of you guys are coders? How many of you guys code? All right. How many of you guys want to learn how to code? Okay. So what 42 is essentially a 100% free coding school. There is 0 teachers, 0 lecturers, 0 classes, right? Everything is 100% free. We don't bond you to anything. Even after you get a job, we don't ask you to pay anything. 42 is actually sponsored by Sunway. It's supported by Sunway. And right now, we are trying to expand to Penang as well as Johor in Iskandar. So what 42 is essentially if you join our program, you have to do a 26-day boot camp. And that boot camp, we call it the piscine, which is basically the French word for swimming pool. And after you pass this 26-day piscine, you'll go into a 1-year core program where you will learn how to build C libraries from scratch. You will learn how to build ray tracing and raycasting tools. You will learn how to build even your own Linux kernels. But yeah, I don't really want to take too much time because the whole magic is in the whole Web3 stuff later on. But if you guys are interested about 42, feel free to reach out to me afterwards or search 42kl.edu.my. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Ethan. And us being Malaysian, obviously we have to talk about food. We are very fortunate today that we have lunch also sponsored. And it's a cool thing that we are using Picha Eats. For those who don't know, it's a social enterprise that helps refugee families to make a living while sort of selling their food to us. So very exotic, nice food. We will have the food in packs. I think the plan right now is to have it in the canteen, which is 1 floor below. We might have to compete on the space with another big event that's happening. So let's just see how people handle that. It's a free market. And thanks a lot for the lunch, which is being sponsored by Paperclip Labs, as well as Kevin from Polygon and Tommy from Biconomy, who are doing it on a personal level. Okay, so to announcements. So the very big one that we want to share with everyone today is that we're getting a grant from Ethereum Foundation. It's a relatively big grant for ETHKL standards, so that will help us to get on a roadmap to achieve self-sustainability. So if anyone from Ethereum Foundation is watching now or later, thank you for doing this. And part of what that grant will be allocated for is to help us set up a big ETHKL conference/hackathon. We are tentatively planning for it to be done in the middle of October. So please block your calendars. And hopefully it can be done just down the hall from here. And we can have a lot more people, and we can have a lot more guests as well from around the world. I will try and get a QR code set up so people later can maybe sign up on the form to either be a volunteer or even an attendee. And maybe we can get some feedback on this event so that we can improve for that event as well. And on that note, I'll share the monthly roundup that we normally have for Nicholas over here.
GM, everyone. GM, and of course, it's that time of the year for not only the monthly roundup, but of course for Meme Mania. So how many of you participated or tried to participate in buying meme coins like, I don't know, Pepe, Wojak, and there's probably 100 something Inu coins. So how many of you, I think some of you participated, but actually I'll rephrase that, many of you participated in it. So Malaysia stands at 1.55% of meme coin viewers. globally. So this is like the entire world. We made it into the top 10 chart, so that is something to be proud of, kind of. Yes, so please give a big round of applause. So this is credited to CoinGecko for doing this research on how many people visited their page for certain meme coins, including Doge, Shiba, Pepe, and so on. The biggest is still in the United States, but a big percentage of us, at least we made it into the top 10. So besides the trading part of meme coins, there are also quite interesting technical things that happen with meme coins and when you deploy things on chain. Some very smart devs figured out that you can actually do a very high level of MEV. So how many of you here are familiar with stuff like MEV and MEV trading? How many of you trade here on chain like Uniswap? Raise your hands, everyone, don't be shy. Yes, so you are kind of vulnerable to this, to smart coders who can do what we call MEV, and essentially they place trades both in front and at the back of you. And one popular person who's doing this is called Jared from Subway. A bit ironic that the person is from, this is called sandwiching and he's from Subway. Oh, sorry. So this is something that's happening a lot on chain, and as you can see on the right, actually, he makes a lot of profits. That's like 30 Ether almost every block. So that's happening. So yeah, it's something to be aware of if you are a dev or if you trade on chain. Next, with AI, those of us who have used ChatGPT to fix our homework, you can also use it to deploy a token. And recently someone tried that to deploy a token called Turbo. It is a toad, and this token has reached, I think, 70 million of market cap. It's bigger than some tokens that I've launched. And so actually, how many of you have used ChatGPT to actually code? Try and code? 1, 2? Actually, many of you have tried to use it to. What do you use it for? To solve coding problems, to start a project? Start projects? Yeah. So someone essentially did this. He went to ChatGPT and asked this question to ChatGPT. He was like, ChatGPT, I have $100 of Ethereum. How can I turn this into 10 times the amount? And this is exactly what they gave the answer. So the actual story of this is that ChatGPT exceeded this allocation because of gas fees. So they actually paid, I think, $200 in gas fees on Ethereum, but it did reach way more than 10 times of this of the target. So ChatGPT can actually make money and buy you a pro subscription for it. Okay, so this is more of Ethereum news. It's a bit more technical. So how many of you are familiar with how Ethereum's blockchain achieves finality? Or how the Ethereum blockchain essentially works? Okay, I think let's rephrase that. How many of you actually joined the merge? Anyone is aware of the merge earlier this year? Yeah, the one with the two pandas. The one with the two pandas. Raise your hands higher, guys. Yeah, okay. So essentially, an interesting experiment happened this morning / last night for us. Essentially, it's when the Ethereum chain did not finalize, or essentially it did not, we were not able to produce newer blocks, and essentially the Ethereum chain was not agreeing on which block is the right one to process next. So this was the first time this has ever happened since the merge, and it's actually still sort of an ongoing event, so we're watching Twitter as to what happens. I think Ethereum fire drill is a bit of an understatement. The design of Ethereum was, what we say, is to be able to survive World War III. So that's how resilient the protocol is supposed to be. I think I'll link to the thread later on. So it's still ongoing, so we're seeing what happens next from here. Okay, and this is something we use every day, Google. And now you can actually Google anybody's addresses and find out how much balance they have. Tokens are not included yet, but now you can actually try on your phone if you Google your own Ethereum address. You can Google your friend's Ethereum address, your mom's Ethereum address, because, well, blockchain is open. So you can Google your address and find out how much Ether you have. And it does not support ENS, as far as I'm aware. Yeah. So if you search, let's say you have ENS, like mine is nick.etl.eth, and yours can be whatever it is, that unfortunately is not supported on Google yet. But yeah, it's cool that Google is now taking it sort of mainstream. Anyone can so-called Google it for your address. And we are saying goodbye to one of our favorite, or a long time exchange that some of us may have used. How many Malaysians here have used Bittrex? Oh, some of you. Yeah, so those of you who have used Bittrex, it's a really OG exchange. But don't worry, you're not getting rubbed. They are formally closing down the exchange. But yeah, we're saying goodbye to another exchange, apart from a few other exchanges that did not exit very nicely this year. Okay, so another thing that's also popular, I think last year also was Arbitrum's Odyssey. How many of you participated in Arbitrum Odyssey and subsequently received the rewards? How many of you participated? Not many. Okay, then if, for those of you who are newer, and actually for those of you who are newer to blockchain, and those of you who have never, I guess, minted your first NFT, or you've just set up MetaMask and you're not sure what to do, you can join these things called Odysseys, where they essentially reward you for checking out these two new blockchains called Linear and Starknet. So Linear is a new blockchain. It's by, I think, consensus. So the same people who make MetaMask, they are essentially launching their own chain now, and you can actually check it out and receive like NFTs for participating in the chain, like making a swap, buying some things. The other one is Starknet. So that is a chain that's existed for a long time, but now it's getting popular too. So I've left the link here on left and right. So if anyone wants to take a minute to scan it, you can do so. And then you can join the Odyssey if you want to. So this one on the left is Starknet's Odyssey, yes. So if anyone wants to take a minute to scan it, and then you can join from Twitter. Yeah, oops, sorry. Yeah. So besides Arbitrum, I think Optimism has also done an Odyssey. So if this is actually quite a popular way to essentially get you to try a new chain, but also it potentially qualifies you for other future rewards from this. All right, and Boleh again, of course, is Malaysia essentially achieving an average of, is it 15? Yeah, 15.6% above Singapore in terms of crypto literacy. For those who are 15 to 64 years old, which I think is most of us in this hall, we essentially, 15% of us know how to use crypto, know how to make a swap, know what is Ethereum, know what is blockchain. So yeah, that's something to be proud of, guys. And it's, yeah. Yeah, very, very good to see, and especially new universities like Sunway University and also Asia Pacific University, they're also supporting blockchain by having clubs and so on. And I think a few of them are from these clubs, and you can meet them later on. Okay, that was the roundup for today, everyone. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Nick. Quick note on the fire drill stuff. So the blocks are getting produced. It's just not getting finalized with the finality gadget. It is still considered finalized if you use the LMD Ghost method of recognizing finality, but that's a much different topic. So yeah, thanks again, everyone, for bearing through us with this session. We will be having 4 different sessions as mentioned in LT5, LT6, LT7, and LT8. Before we move out for those sessions, I think we want to get a photo of everyone separately in LT5 and then separately in LT6. Okay, so LT6 is having their photography session, and Nabila is here now for us to have a photo of everyone here. Okay, and we'll have to figure out how to Photoshop everyone into one room later. But do you want to go up the stage? Do you want to go up the stage? Alright, it's up to you. Okay, Nabila says she needs some help with lights. Let's just play around with the lights.
Sorry, can we put the buntings all over the place so that we can see that Sunway is involved?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and Sunway Tech Club asks to move the Sunway buntings to get into the frame. So please help them. Give a count. Give a count 1, 2, 3. All right, anyone outside who wants to like get into the photo? Okay, we have another bunting. 1 minute.
Move to the end now because you're blocked. Move to the end.
All right, please bear with us, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, good. All right, welcome, Calvin. Get up here so that you can get into the photo. Are we doing a count? Okay, smile wide, everyone. Okay, thanks everybody. So we have a few minutes before each session starts at 10 a.m. And we are gonna try our best to be sharp on time and not be very Malaysian. So for the contributors, attendees, speakers, let's try and keep ourselves as close as possible to the schedule. And yeah, so we can start moving to the other rooms now.
By the way, the schedules of the multiple. Sorry? Excuse me? No battery.
No battery.
Okay, no battery.
Yeah, by the way, for information, guys, schedule for the different tracks. There's a paper outside the room. It attached the schedule for different tracks, right? So you can actually refer to that. Make sure that you are going to the right room, going to the right tracks, going to the right section. Thank you.
Think. Is it really the battery? It's the battery. It's shooting lah. Test. No, it's gonna go off soon. Yeah,
Hey, okay, like this. We go to other classroom, see can grab their battery.
Okay. Where's the next presenter? Who's Test. Two double A's. Okay, I mean. I'm free, by the way. So I need to grab some. I need to do something to your laptop, like to share the screen to the live
Can I
streamers.
connect to HTML?
Yeah. So you can use this one.
Yeah. No.
Did we connect? Yeah, it's turning on. It's warming up. Can you go to Ninja OBS?
I don't know. I can scroll like this. Maybe.
Yeah, this is for because like this one is live stream on YouTube. So I want to capture screen your slides.
Oh, okay.
But I need
how can we do this?
I need to use your laptop if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna share the entire screen, yeah?
Yeah.
You had breakfast yet? You had breakfast yet?
Actually, yeah, but small one, only sandwich.
Share the entire screen. Then this is PBH16W. So I think your session starts at you have another 4 minutes just to choose. PBH16.
Huh? I think no. Is it good?
I've got.
capital B, capital H. 6. Yes. Yep, I got. It's in the box. That box over there. 6. And yep. Do you try all these batteries? Yep. Okay, I think we're good. Yep. Yep. Thank you so much. Me change.
Okay, I will be back like in a month.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Test. Alright. It's good. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, students, please silence. I think I can maybe use my voice if it's okay.
Oh, you want
If-
to use
If you hear me, I think I can use my voice,
Alright.
but don't use microphone because I think for me it's better. So you hear me right now? Yes. Oh, okay, thank you. So let's start and thank you everyone again for.
Sorry, before that, this is
Yeah.
for the live stream.
Oh, of course.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yep, I'm your teacher today. So hello everyone. So I hope everything is doing okay because it's 10 a.m. And everyone, thank you for joining us at this pretty nice morning, I think. But today I would like you to introduce to like really interesting topic, how to grab data and how to build your first dashboard for free. It's kind of like really nice because you can do it for free and don't pay to anyone else. So yeah, let's start. Let me introduce myself a bit. I'm a Roman, so I'm from Impossible Finance data and research team. So my nickname is actually Cartot or 0xCartot on GitHub, Dune Analytics, or anything else. And because I mentioned that we should grab all data for free, today's slogan, slogan for today is data is true and everything for free. And because I will demonstrate some scripts, codes, and anything else, I will create a GitHub page so you can scan this QR code and jump to my GitHub and see everything, scripts, all this data, dunes, links, all of this. So, and maybe try itself. Okay. Yeah, a bit about maybe like my ecosystem, because I created kind of a pack of true data researcher. So for example, in my case, I usually use SQL language to build anything on Dune or Flipside. Python as well to my maybe intern data research or local scripts, and sometimes JavaScript, but really not so often because I usually use Python. So, and maybe I prepare some tools that will be really helpful for grabbing data. It's 100% free apps, Dune Analytics and Flipside, that you can use right now and create free account and use it for free. So TLDR, Dune Analytics and Flipside, it's kind of web-based page that allows users to grab data for free, publish on-chain data, and maybe aggregate it to beautiful dashboards. So yeah, usually I used QuickNote, Etherscan API, BC API, CoinGecko, Nansen, and maybe some of like these libs that I use in my local scripts on Python. It's Dash and Plotly, Pandas, NumPy, Request, and Web3 Python. So yeah. And yeah, because we are at university today at 10 a.m., I should get you a task, get all ERC20 tokens transfers for specific address from start block to the final block on Arbitrum chain. And for example, I chosen this Arkin token that we would like to get transfers, ERC transfers for this address. Let's say it's 1D03 address from block 78700, and final block is current block. So, okay, the task is ready, and that is. So the first one, I think it's kind of like easiest way to grab data. It's Flipside on the right side of page, and left side is Dune. But anyway, so TLDR, but you use SQL language to grab all of this data, and you see that it takes only 6-7 lines to grab all of this data. It's kind of like you grab data from Arbitrum ERC20 transfers table, and then make some conditions like to address is our user, and from address our user, contract address is our Arkin token, and block number greater than 78700. And yeah, so you can use both of them, and both of them will get you the same result. You can see there is 2 lines of result with some data I will show maybe then. But yeah, right now, if you would jump to RBScan, so you would see that, yeah, there is 3 transfers of Arkin token. And why? So my point here is that you should pay more attention on your condition, because if you saw we have condition kind of like block number more than, and because of that, we missed some data. So for example, 31 days ago, it's block less than 78700, and because of that, we missed some transaction. So my point here is, yeah, like pay more attention on that, And maybe if you see something wrong, and you can check on Etherscan or Etherscan, and you see that in your script you have like wrong data, just check your conditions, and that is. But yeah, as the result, we will see on Dune or flip side such table with some information about like contract address, that is our token, C98, it's Arcan token on Etherscan, transaction hash of this transfer, of these two transfers, event index, block time, block number, and from others that sent this token to like whom, to which others, and the value that we should divide by decimals. And maybe, yeah, what else we can do with Dune? It's kind of interesting because a few weeks ago, they added a really nice feature that you can grab your data and export it as SCV file, or use API key to grab this data to your local script, for example, on Python or on GS. So yeah, and let's do something with API. So yeah, to do that, you should pass some steps that I already wrote down here. So first of all, you should create your Dune query that takes like 6 lines on Dune. Then save it, copy ID that is on the link. Yeah, what else? Yeah, create your API key, and then write such script that you can see that we have internal URL, its ID of this query, parameters that we don't have, and kind of like query that we ask Dune to run it on his client with using our API key that we import already. And then we will see like the same table with contract address, block number, time, index, hash, and all of this. But maybe the really nice feature that we already have, we can import this data to our local file. So then you can aggregate it, create any metric, anything else. I know if you have like, I know, data frame with 10,000 lines, you can aggregate it, create anything you want. So, and that is. But yeah, maybe, yeah, pay more attention that it is a free, but anyway, we have some limits. So for example, on Dune, we have only 5 export SCV files per month, and credits that is used when you call this API key. So pay more attention on that, and don't remember about that. Don't forget this. Yeah, the second way to grab data, it's Block Explorer API key that is kind of like level medium, because you should do it. So the difference between Dune or Flipside and this API script, let's say that, it's kind of like you should do this query inside your script, inside your Python script. For example, here, make API URL function. It's kind of like make API URL. But before that, we should say like, okay, we have transaction URL that includes token contract, that is our contract, Arcan token, address, that is our user, start block, and end block. Current block, yes, so you can type it's 99999. And that is, you just say like, okay, get this transaction URL, use API, get this internal request function on Python, and then get kind of the same data. So for example, here, token contract is our contract, address is our user, get transaction is our function, and then convert it to data frame. And we will have like the same with block number, timestamp, hash, block hash, and other. But the difference between like Dune data and, so in this case is Etherscan API key, is kind of, because of this is Explorer, Block Explorer, we will see a bit information about token. So in this case, it's Arcan token with decimals, and a bit information about gas stats, such as gas price or gas use, just because it's Block Explorer. So you kind of might have the same information on Dune, but you need just to join. So yeah, for gas, it's Arbitrum transaction table, and for token, it's ERC20 tokens table. But yeah, again, because of it's free, and we don't need to pay, of course, so we have a limit, 5 calls per second. And because of that, I think, yeah, we can import internal time library from Python and say like, okay, we have a limit, like 5 calls per second. Okay, we will wait. If we have, I don't know, 1,000 of addresses, we have a loop that check like every address, then we can say like, okay, I will sleep like, 1 second, wait 1 second, and then like, then yeah, the most maybe harder level, but in my opinion, Web3 Python is kind of like the most powerful thing that you can grab data exactly from blockchain. But yeah, if we would say something regarding Dune or block scanner API key, so for example, on Dune, you can create API key for free, then grab data and all of this. And on Block Explorer, you should do the same, create API and grab data. But here, you should connect your Web3 to the infra. So you should have infra URL. But then you can grab anything. So, and that is a power. So for example, here, as our task, we should do, we should find like all transfers from block. The first block is here, 787000. We should put like infra URL here, then connect via HTTP provider, and then some preparation here. But then, because we should grab data like from address and to address, we should do kind of like filter for all of these conditions. So to address, it's kind of like, so yeah, TLDR, but when you transfer any ERC20 tokens, you should have a log with transfer that on the first page, you can see that topic line, transfer signature hash. It's here. So it's kind of like check from a transfer line. Then you should pass it on the first topic. And then, the second topic in this log is sender of these tokens. And third topic is our receiver. And then, two others is kind of like first topic is transfer signature. Second one is wallet sign. That is 64 bits of our wallet. And from address, it's first transfer. Known is kind of like anything on this place. And the third one is wallet signature. And address is our contract address, that is Arcan token, because it's kind of like you transfer this log to token contract and have like, from block to block. It's simple, and some topics. Then we aggregate it, complex it, and then, if you like would see on all these transactions, so for example, first line, it's transaction hash that we already have. It's 2 transfers from and to our others. But again, the power of Web3, you can just say like, okay, I want to see every information about this transaction. So you just can like do it in loop or manually just pass this hash to get transaction receipt and then see the result. There's all information about this transaction. It's block hash, block number, gas from all logs, because you see it's the first log is kind of like topic is blah, blah, blah. The second topic there is, and all of that. But be careful, because sometimes if, let's say that you would like to grab all of this in like one filter, and then you would say like, okay, topic first one is transfer signature. Second one, it's kind of like or anything, or wallet sign. And the third one, the same. So then you could have kind of like error, because maybe your host is not so powerful or anything else. But just my point may be here to optimize your code, and that is because sometimes you can get the error is timeout. Yeah, and then if we would like to decode this transaction, all these logs, we just have like, okay, our result logs, we should go through all those logs and see like, okay, if address is our contract and topic 0 is our transfer signature, then we should say like, okay, we found our log, that is transfer log, right? Then value is kind of like hex of S data. So we kind of like decode. So you would see it on Etherscan or any block scanner. You can decode your signature to address, to number, to value, to anything. And this. And then we would say like, okay, if we have second topic is our wallet, so then it's transferred to this address. If topic 1 is our wallet, so okay, it's from our address. And yeah, that's right, because we would like to see all of this. And yeah, transaction T6, oh shit, I don't see. 65C, it's the first one, it's out. 16,000, yeah, we see that here. And that is, I think, thank you. Yeah, any question, feel free.
If you go to your previous slide, the last one.
This?
Yeah. So basically you're coding to divide the hex into 32 bits and then assigning meaning to it. Is that what the code is saying?
Yeah, kind of like. So it's kind of regarding, for example, value. You just decode it from, I know, is there any example? No, I mean here. But yeah, so my point, for example, in terms of value, that is data, I think there. It's kind of like you see it's hex byte that you should decode to the value. And then like, okay, you can divide it by decimals and then like everything else. Anything else? Yeah?
What is the reason for all this dash swap? Is that to extract out all the information and put into analytics charts?
You mean like, yeah, for example, for local, you should do like anything. So you can jump to my GitHub, and we already have for Impossible Finance our EVM stats that already alive. But yeah, the code is maybe like, for example, in EVM research, we use Dune API. We just grab data from Dune, like daily transaction, daily active address, and all of this. And then like you can aggregate it. I know, can do anything. So because on Python, we have a dash and matplotlib on anything else, so you can aggregate this data. I know, for example, here, you can say like, okay, this guy received like 60 tokens and then sent out 16,000. I don't know, like do any research you want, aggregate it. I know maybe some of that and say like, okay, I would like to see like daily transfers of this token, like that.
Like a stalker.
Anything else?
Maybe we're using pandas.
Hmm?
What do you use pandas for?
Oh, I think it's most for data frame, for any condition, for example. Oh, no, I think, stop. Good question, because yeah, sometimes your scripts are very complex and you forget. But I think pandas is more for the data frame, like aggregate all of these data frames, filter it, find any values, all of this.
Shows
Yeah, sure. Here. So yeah, TLDR, but yeah, you can scan this QR code and you will jump to my GitHub. Then you should find, it's kind of like, Dune and Flipside part. And there's a link to my Dune Analytics query. So then you will see like this information. Or there is a like script that you can copy and create a new account on Dune and then like do it yourself. You can scan this QR code.
You were mentioning that there are limitations on how many queries you can use on the flip side, but Infura also has some limitations, no? Or are you using a paid account?
So I don't really remember about like not free account, but yeah. Let me show you again. But yeah, for example, for free account, because yeah, we already mentioned that we would like to grab all of this data for free, so we don't need to pay. And we have kind of like 2,500 credits that's already used when you call this API key. So and it depends on information that you call. So for example, if you would call, all information about Arbitrum blocks, of course, it would use more credits than, just number of blocks per day, kind of like that.
Does anyone have any more questions? Because we have like around 1 or 2 minutes until the next meetup. So you'll be the last one.
I think that's all. Yeah, impossible finance.
What do you do starting to say as by possible finance international?
Oh, you mean what impossible finance do?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you can ask Calvin because he's here. So, but TLDR, it's kind of like Launchpad on Binance Smart Chains. So we already launched, like maybe the famous project on blockchain, kind of like Genopads or Sportium or anything else. But yeah, you can jump to our website, and see all of that. We already, by the way, have a landing page where you can find our dashboards that we create like with Python and all of these stuffs with APIs. So yeah, you can jump to our website and see all of this. Just impossiblefinance.com, if I remember.
Yeah, I think that'll be it for the first talk. Because we're already 10:25 right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's all. Okay, thank you. Kim, you can get this. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Good talk.
Thank you. Thank you. What about this one?
Yeah, just because the mic and battery left.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, for context, guys, so we just done with the first workshop for semi-technical. The next one will be layer 2 interoperability by Pheasant Bridge. Yeah. So you are feel free to stay on, or you if you're interested in any other tracks,
Thank you.
talks, you can feel free to move on. Yeah. It's a free session.
Who's the Pheasant Bridge guy? Next to the Impossible Finance guy. live stream your screen.
Oh yeah. So,
This is you have an adapter for
yeah. Oh, Type C.
Type C. Oh no. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yeah, just leave it here. I also need to live stream, capture screen your screen. So to do that, I need to open Safari. Open Safari. Yeah.
You can start at 30.
Okay.
3 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, in case you want to get to the
And then go to Ninja.
just get out and turn right. You can see the water
Yes.
sign.
Seven C Z T get the L and get double check 7C F Z T. Alright, thank you so much. So it's going to share the entire screen. Just let me know. Alright, okay. Until 10:50.
Yeah, until 10:50.
Yes. Alright.
I'll be sitting here, right? So I'll like see
Oh,
you when
okay.
we have 10 minutes to plug it. So.
Here you go, Tobo.
Can I start? Can I start? Can I start?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
start already.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Tomo, CEO and co-founder at Feather Network. Feather Network is an optimistic bridge focused on the layer 2 based on Ethereum. So today I will talk about layer 2 interoperability with optimistic bridge. So I will talk about a high-level topic, but I believe so if you are like Ethereum enthusiast, so it's no problem. I believe so. Let me introduce myself first. Once again, my name is Tomo, CEO at Feather Network. Please follow me on Twitter and I'll follow you back after this session. So I've been in the crypto industry since 2013, and actually Feather Network is my second project. The first one was a crypto education platform called Proof of Running. Proof of Running stands for POL. So I launched Proof of Running 2018, and then I sold M&A this project last year, and after that I launched Feather Network. So I hope no one wants to know more Paul than Feather Network because crypto education service is easier to understand than Optimistic Bridge. Yeah, so finally I'm also a co-founder in Japan DeFi Alliance. I was originally from Japan, but I live in Singapore now. So let's get into explaining Feather Network. Today I will talk about layer 2 interoperability with optimistic bridge using Feather Network. And to do so, it's a shortcut to understand how Feather works. So Feather Network is a bridge specially designed for layer 2 network based on Ethereum. So you can bridge ETH from Ethereum to Scroll or Optimism to Ethereum. Yeah, so I think you will understand better if you actually see the demo than if I explain it in words. So, okay, so Feather is an optimistic bridge. So if the demo doesn't work, let's be optimistic. Yeah, I think so. What should look for when viewing the demo is speed, low gas cost, and the number of networks supported. So, okay, let's go. Here. Oh, just one moment. Okay. Yeah, this is the front end. So for the network, there are about 10 networks supported already at this time. And you can be one of the first to try out the hot layer 2 in testnet status. Example, scroll, base, or linear. Yeah, so Optimism and Arbitrum are supported, and Polygon are supported as a mainnet. Let's try bridge between and Scroll and Ethereum. Yeah. So yeah, let's try the bridge between Ethereum and Scroll as an example here. Nothing that feels very cheap. Yeah, so here, take a look. Okay, here. Yes. So okay, so here take a look. He's Mr. President. I have this sticker today. Feel free to ask me after this session if you want. Okay, once again, the very low gas cost here, so you will enjoy his unique moves while the transaction is being processed. Just 20 seconds. Let's be optimistic. Yes, it's done. So, and you can see it on Etherscan. Yeah, do you remember how long it took to process the transaction? About 10, 20 seconds to 30 seconds? Yeah, remember that number, 20 seconds. Okay, back to the slide. Okay, so let's compare to other bridges. For example, Hot Protocol, the leader in the bridge space, charges over $12 in gas cost to bridge, 0.005 ETH with Ethereum and Optimism. Here is a capture of my actual attempt here yesterday in my hotel. So by comparison, Feather allows you to bridge for just $2, $2.09. This is the power of optimistic bridge. This is the actual number on the mainnet. So next is a comparison with other bridges from a speed perspective. So with the official bridge offered by Optimism, the bridge provided by Optimism status that it can take up to 20 minutes to bridge 0.005 ETH. So in contrast, how many seconds did it take Feather in the previous demo? Yeah, you remember just only 20 seconds, not 20 minutes. This is the power of Feather network and the optimistic bridge. So incidentally, Feather network was selected for the Ethereum ecosystem program, stands for ESP grant program offered by Ethereum Foundation. In recognition of these points, super high speed and super low gas cost. Feather is the only project in the world to be selected in the layer 2 category among the adopters in the same period last year. Okay, so now that you know the power of the optimistic bridge, let's take a deeper look at layer 2 interoperability. I don't need to reiterate the world is full of blockchain, you know, and although a number of layer 1 chains were created between 2022 and 2021, so they are in a fragmented state. We need bridges and deeper layer messaging mechanism to connect them all. So we can learn from their history, but last year was the first year of layer 2, I believe so, with the optimistic rollup developing around Arbitrum and Optimism. So when this happens, what we need are bridges bridges and messaging protocol connect layer 2 network. We don't have much time today to talk about messaging protocol, but I'd like to talk about this topic after this session. Yes, so today I will talk about 3 bridge solutions for connecting layer 2. The first one is basic bridge, and the second ZK bridge, and last one optimistic bridge. So first is the basic bridge, which includes the official bridge, for example, provided by Optimism, as I mentioned earlier, and the current mainstream multisig bridge. So as you know, multisig bridge is also known as a ban and mint bridge. The official bridge basically supports bridging between Ethereum and its network, so it cannot bridge with other layer 2. So multisig bridges, as you know, are notorious for their frequent occurrence of huge exploits. So the cause of these are explained in detail on Feather Network's blog, but they are mostly human error. The fact that the liquidity pool is managed in one place makes it an easy target for hackers to attack, and the damage can be severe in the event of outflow of funds. So next, let's talk about ZK bridge. Yeah, I know you are so excited about ZK, but yeah, today talk about ZK bridge. So ZK bridge is a protocol that allows a specific state change that occurs in one network to be proven in the other network by using GK snarks. Yeah, GK snarks. So it's unique in that it allows communication between all networks because it can prove state changes rather than application-specific communication. So in other words, although it's called GK bridge, it can be applied to messaging between networks as well as bridges. So there is published Berkeley research paper on ZK bridge from which much can be learned. Yeah, it's okay. So the conclusion is that practical application is still in the future, but the results of performance tests have been published and briefly presented here. This is the table of performance tests in this paper is included. So this performance test was not for a bridge between layer 2, but rather than more challenging, for example, Cosmos and Ethereum messaging. This is a more high level than layer 2 bridge. So, but sorry, it may be a little hard to see, but the performance test was conducted using 32 machine, laptop machine with the 192 gigabyte of RAM and 32 block headers were tested together. So the results were that it took about 20 seconds to generate the proof of block. The size of the proof was 131 bytes, and the gas cost for the verification was 227K gas. It's roughly $7.5 to $7.7 US dollar, calculated at 20 G way. So my personal impression is that neither the speed nor the gas cost is very effective, but very effective for using GK for the bridge, unlike the expected GK for layer 2, like GK rollup or GK EVM. Okay, so finally, let's look at the detail of how the optimistic bridge works. So when we started the project, we considered whether to adapt the basic bridge or optimistic bridge or GK bridge, and we chose the optimistic bridge. The optimistic bridge, as the name suggests, as the name suggests, it's inspired by the optimistic rollup, you know. So the bridge is unique in that it handle transactions in an optimistic way. So optimistic rollup is unique in that it roll up multiple transactions into a single transaction and record it to Ethereum blockchain. And furthermore, it only verifies if the transaction is fraudulent. So in this way, gas cost can be significantly reduced in the optimistic bridge. Only the optimistic part of the optimistic rollup was adapted and applied to the bridge. Therefore, it's not a rollup, only optimistic way, not a rollup. So as you can see in this diagram, so optimistic bridge implement a mechanism to validate only when there is an irregularity in the bridge transaction. By doing this, the gas cost in the bridge can be significantly reduced, as I showed in the previous demo comparison with Hop protocol. So optimistic bridge only verified transaction requested by the verifier called disputer in the Feather network. So this means that the vast majority of transactions are written to the network without being verified. So on this diagram illustrates transaction validation in optimistic bridge. Transaction in Ethereum are stored in block, so technically block header, and are eventually output at block hash. So since this is hash data, it goes without saying that changing the data will output a different block hash. In other words, the consistency between the information in the block where the bridge transaction is stored and the information in the block hash is verified. As you can see, the information contained in the block is extensive, so making the cost of verification high. And with optimistic bridge, and of course with optimistic rollup, the gas cost can be significantly reduced because the sequence of events is verified only when an irregularity occurs. This is a very simple and secure mechanism because only block header and block hash are required for transaction in Ethereum, while transaction verification in a bridge between layer 1 and Ethereum is a completely different process. For example, Solana to Ethereum or how to say, I don't know the other one, layer one. So this is exactly why Pheasant offers a bridge specifically for layer 2 networks. Okay, once again, we compare the three bridges together. So we can classify the basic bridge as verifying on-chain, the GK bridge as verifying off-chain, so, and the optimistic bridge as not verifying, or more precisely verifying only in case of fraud. So what we can see from this is that optimistic bridge is the best in terms of gas cost perspective. So this is because the basic bridge and GK bridge is verify some transaction, while the optimistic bridge doesn't verify them in the first place. So Pheasant chose the optimistic bridge because we felt that low gas cost and transaction speed were very important in order to have a smoother bridge between layer 2 on Ethereum ecosystem. So basically, we believe that the optimistic bridge is superior in every respect compared to the basic bridge. However, compared to GK bridge, it's inferior in terms of versatility. GK bridge is superior in that you can get verified transaction, so as soon as possible. So whereas the optimistic bridge doesn't verify a transaction in the first place, so you cannot get verified transaction at first. So therefore, GK bridge can handle more use cases. At this point, however, GK is still in the research phase, so and there are many things missing from its application to bridge. So I would like to conclude by talking a little about the future. As you know, the March chain era gained momentum between 2022 and 2021. So as a result, March chain bridge gained a lot of attention in 2021 or 2022. So, but at the same time, huge exploits became a problem. Last year was the first year of the layer 2, as I mentioned earlier, with optimistic bridge gaining momentum around Arbitrum and Optimism. So, and this year, GK rollups are starting their journey. So, for example, Scroll, GKSync, Stacknet, Base, Linear, and so on. So as a result, next year should be a heyday for layer 2 bridges, I believe so. And Pheasant hopes to smooth out the Ethereum ecosystem by connecting many layer 2. So what we learn from history then is that bridge prone to huge exploits. So Vitalik, founder of Ethereum, has also pointed this out. And Pheasant doesn't maintain liquidity pool in one place, but rather decentralize them over multiple private keys. So in other words, it's a decentralized liquidity pool. We will make every effort to ensure that users can move their asset to layer 2 with confidence. So thank you very much for your attention today. Please follow Pheasant on Twitter. Let me know if anyone wants Mr. Pheasant sticker. So also we believe be launching an educational service in the near future in this year where you can learn about layer 2. Stay tuned and follow us on Twitter to receive announcements. Thank you again for your attention. We don't have much time to answer the question.
Actually, we have somewhere around 10 minutes until the next talk. So I think we can use that time for any questions that anybody has.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
hashi.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for question. Okay, so I will give you two slides. So the first one, this is a simple difference. So Feather network doesn't ban and mint, as I said earlier, which is typical of traditional multi-sig bridges. So in a traditional bridge, the tokens are locked in the source chain, and the push-through tokens are issued in the destination chain based on the locked transaction. So once the token is issued in the destination chain, the token locked in the source chain is banned. So this is why it's called the ban and mint bridge. This is a basic bridge or a multi-sig bridge. So with this mechanism, not only is it doubtful that the token is, both cases are really the same, but extra gas cost is required for ban process and the mint process. So Feather network uses a liquidity pooling mechanism like decentralized exchange instead of doing ban and mint. So in other words, a certain amount of liquidity is deposited on the destination chain in advance, so which is then exchange, like exchange for token on the source chain. Yeah, and then so this is more high level difference. So there is not enough time to explain it in detail here, but I have explained it on the Feather Discord or please refer it, Feather Discord or blog or docs. So yeah. So the most completely differences is no, doesn't Feather network and the optimistic bridge doesn't ban and mint. Thank you for your question. Sorry? Previous right? Yeah. The rest one is the previous type and the. Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. So yeah, Feather networks like a competing project includes Orbiter, Hop protocol, and Connex. So several types of bridges exist, but Feather network is the only one with low gas cost and versatility. So bridges with low gas cost also exist, but they are less versatile because they don't use smart contracts such as the Rooftop or Orbital Finance. So on the other hand, there are many bridges that are versatile but have high gas costs such as Hop Protocol or Connex or Stargate on layer 0. So greater versatility means that Feather network can be incorporated into more protocols and apps. So this will lead to increased liquidity for Feather network as a whole, which will increase the revenue earned by the relayers. So relayers will be more willing to invest their asset in Feather network rather than in other bridges. So not only will this lead to increased decentralization, but it will also result in many new layers competing to meet the swap. So which we believe will result in even lower gas cost. This is the answer for your question. Thank you so much.
should be like 20 minutes. Should be. I have the HDMI.
Alright.
So it should be.
I also need to live stream your live stream screen record. Screen.
Yeah, how do we do that?
So we go to Ninja OBS on Safari, and then
How's it called?
Ninja OBS.
Ninja OBS.
Yep.
Oh, I don't have Wi-Fi.
This is Sunway's Wi-Fi. Open Wi-Fi.
This
Yep.
one?
Yep. Well, open Wi-Fi they're actually quite fast. Surprisingly fast.
Where's this one? Oh, okay. This one?
Yep. And then remote screen share to OBS. Select screen share. Do you mind if I just share your entire screen?
share screen. The entire?
Entire screen, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, just select it.
Doesn't. You wanna try? Does it do anything with that?
Let's try it again.
Remember to
I hope that's also.
maybe click on the settings when you have to like
Yeah.
approve anything.
Is it an access thing?
I don't know. Should be. Is this it? My app lock? Maybe. Let me turn it off.
I think it's already turned off, right? The pause button.
Yeah.
No.
Hmm.
We need. It's okay, no worries. This thing's happening. Let's try it again.
Oh shit. You need settings?
Safari.
Safari.
Let's go to Safari again.
Here. Allow to share screen. Screen, right? Entire screen.
Okay. Let's see.
Ah,
There you go.
now.
Just get C to 6. Small c to 6. TGHP. TGHP. Alright, I think you're good to go. Just start whenever you feel ready.
Cool. But then I can. So they just see my entire screen. If I want to go presenter mode now.
Yeah, I think it should be fine.
Oh, yeah. Let's do this. But like if I do presenter mode, it would be like this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, presenter view. Would they see this now on the screen share though?
Let me check. Let me check.
Cool. Let me know. Otherwise, I go. time, so hopefully we have some time in the end for Q&A. But I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes or so talking about Gnosis Chain, why if there's some hacker in the room, you guys should consider building on Gnosis Chain, and a bit of the stuff that we're doing on the chain. So I'll talk a bit about like where we are right now, what we're doing, and then introduce a few projects that we're working on quite heavily. One being CowSwap, Cow Protocol now, and the other one being Hashi. But let's jump right into why Gnosis and what we're doing. And it's really three things that stand out. One is we're not just another EVM chain. And I think that's like a big narrative right now of, oh, we're EVM compatible, but we're actually one of the first projects that ever built on Ethereum and spun out of consensus in the early days in 2015. And ever since then, had a close relationship to Ethereum Foundation, to Ethereum, and been building Gnosis ever since then. And the cool thing about us is that ever since we also merged in 2022, we are the most EVM compatible in many aspects. And if you think about it long term, we might even be even more in the future, but I'll touch on that in a second. We are also doing something that we call building the Ethereum verse. So basically that is, and we just talked about bridges, that is using ZK bridges to kind of position ourselves as like the osmosis, creating this interconnected IBC element that we had in Cosmos, which was really hard to do in Ethereum, and bringing that kind of to the Ethereum space. And the third one that we think is quite important is we're working quite heavily on like onboarding a lot of home validators, so it's quite easy and to get started and quite cheap, relatively speaking. So if you guys are interested, just meet me after the call and after the talk, and then we can talk about that as well. And right now we're already highly decentralized, so we're the second most decentralized chain after Ethereum, working on the Nakamoto efficient to really improve that a lot going forward as well. But let me talk a bit about like our structure, how we're designed, and why we think that this might be a long-term edge. Gnosis is an open peer-to-peer system like Ethereum, and they can be run by anyone in the world, really. And the cool thing is that we're not only compatible on the execution layer like many chains, but also on the consensus layer. So if we think about future compatibility, we're actually compatible with like the future Ethereum roadmap, and that could be proto-dank sharding, and so EIP 4844, but also like other EVM changes. If you think about competitor chains or layer 2, like Arbitrum, Optimism, also all of them are a multi-sig at this point, right? And the problem with the multi-sig is that it is actually quite hard to like follow the roadmap. You have to like have a centralized point in the end that like approves it, and then there's a lot of engineering work that goes in. You have projects like Phantom that spun out probably a bit too early, and now they're not as compatible. And then getting the design right will be a huge issue. So we actually merged in 2022, like I mentioned, and with that, we moved from a POA system to like proof of stake now as well, and really utilize the same composite architecture. So even on the consensus layer, we have the same architecture and tooling like Ethereum. And then for devs in the room or for people building, it's extremely easy. There's some like minor differences. I just have the slide, so if we share later, you can like have a closer look. But even on the code base, it's just minor differences that you might have to consider, and that really gives us a huge advantage. What we are also doing is we don't have a one token system like Ethereum, but a dual token system. A bit of that comes out of our history with XDAI. XDAI and Gnosis merged in 2021 to create Gnosis Chain. And XDAI, reaching back to 2018 actually, had this two token model. And this gives us a lot of benefits now that we probably didn't even think about in 2018. But having XDAI as a stable token for like your transaction and your gas fees, and having GNO as like a DAO governance token, but also a staking token, gives us a lot of benefits in terms of fast and cheap transaction fees. And just for like visualization, if you think about Ethereum right now, there's like a max capacity of like 1.25 million transactions per day, something around that number, right? And there's nothing really in the roadmap for the next 3 years that will significantly improve the situation. So even with like EIP 4844 and proto-dank sharding coming, we will see things probably becoming like a lot cheaper, with estimates being around 90%. But even there, if then we get more people onboarding to crypto and using the chain, this could like offset. So even there, we don't have a lot of cheaper fees and we don't have a lot of more capacity that we can reach. And the example that I like to give is like this Ethereum state channel. So if you open a Bitcoin state channel for everyone when they're born and then close it again when they die and they're old, even then we would not have the capacity within Bitcoin network to actually do that. And that's a huge issue. And thinking about real world adoption, another issue is that transaction fees, if there's congestion in the network, can be extremely high. So even if proto-dank sharding finally comes one day, we'll likely see with more adoption that this will offset each other. And the problem with layer 2s is not only that they're multi-sig, but also that fees are more or less in line with fees on the L1. So even on like an Arbitrum in a worst case scenario of high congestion, you can get fees of up to $1, which sounds cool if like you do it for yourself and you move big parts of money. But if you think about like real world adoption and wanting to pay for your coffee with crypto, then that's going to be a huge issue that you're facing, because you don't want to pay your coffee that costs you like $3 or 9 ringgits and pay like another 9 ringgits transaction fee. It's very unlikely that this will lead to a lot of adoption. And that's a bit where our edge comes in. So with our dual token model, we can actually not only have a faster block time, but we also have way lower gas fees that if you're building, especially in the DeFi space or in the supply chain space, brings a lot of benefits long-term. So one thing we're also doing, and quite interesting talking about this now after just hearing about bridges, but we're working quite heavily on ZK bridges. And we think they're really going to be a game changer. So the project that we are basically introducing is Hashi. And this allows us to have way more secure bridges right now, because the problem with bridges is not that it takes you 20 minutes to bridge something, but that most of the times, if there's a hack, it has been in a bridge. And what we are able to do now is actually run a full light client of Ethereum on Gnosis Chain. And with that, we can actually prove consensus that the block was signed by the majorities of validators, and we can also read the state of Ethereum. What is really cool is that we can also do the same the other way around. So we kind of see this putting Gnosis Chain into the center of what we call this IBC narrative, right? Connecting Ethereum with other layer 1 blockchains. So that's our Ethereum-verse approach to scaling. We have layer 2s building on Gnosis Chain, but I think this is a very interesting approach. And basically, it's taking that IBC model, like I mentioned, that Cosmos had, and using it for Gnosis Chain. And using it for Ethereum, which in the past had been a key issue to do. So for those who don't know, but like with Cosmos, you have this IBC that is connecting different projects, building onto the Cosmos hub. And running a light client has been a core idea of IBC for most of the time. And this has been a challenge for Ethereum, but like I mentioned, we have the same operability, what we call the Ethereum-verse. So chains that use EVM and Beacon Chain can kind of use the same approach to scaling now and connect safely and securely with Ethereum. Another point I want to touch on is decentralization. And I like to start off with not talking about decentralization, but why it's actually important. And the question I would like to ask all of you, and you don't have to answer, you can think about it yourself, and I just assume you probably agree with what I say. But would you want to put your life savings in any of these projects? We know right now in retrospect, it has been a bad idea, but even looking into like the US, what's going on there right now with Silicon Valley Bank and a lot of regional banks, and most likely, so I studied econ, looking at like the 2008 crisis and prior crises, we will likely see a lot more defaults of small regional banks, because right now it has just been, on the accounting side, not accounted for, and in the next few months, we'll probably see more coming. And the key issue with like all these projects, be it regional banks, be it companies like BlockFi, Genesis, it's not, especially with these, it's not that they're building in crypto, it's that they're centralized and they're doing things behind closed doors.
and we don't know really what's going on. So if you think about DeFi, putting your life savings onto the blockchain, trying to utilize the crypto space more and moving forward, you actually need decentralization. It's a key element. And yeah, like I mentioned, one thing we're doing is focusing quite heavily. So we have super high number of validators, around 110, second most decentralized chain after Ethereum. What is quite cool is we are right now present in more than 72 countries in terms of countries where we have validators. It's easy to become a home validator, so you just need one GNO, and then you can actually validate the chain and the transaction. So yeah, I like to show this meme that we're actually really heavily focusing on building credible neutrality. And it's something that we should all care about probably way more than we do. But convenience is always in the way. But we're trying to make it convenient to use a trustless system. Talking a bit about the DeFi space, which I want to do in this talk mainly, we have a quite vibrant DeFi ecosystem. We're working quite heavily in providing good infrastructure for you guys to build. So also, if you're interested in building, we offer a lot of support. So do talk to me about that. And we have a few cool projects, and I want to talk a bit about a few of them. And CowSwap, I think, being one famous one, originally also spinning out of the core Gnosis DAO. CowSwap is a permissionless MetaDex aggregator, and it sounds fancy, but putting it into like very simple terms is what we try to do is use batch auctions and a uniform single price. Why this is important is if you think about traditional financial markets, you want to have very, very fast information flow. So basically what you're doing, you reward people, like different indices can have significantly different prices, right? And you want to reward people for providing information as fast as possible. And this is kind of how like MEV all came about, because you want to have like the ordering of your transaction and be a winner there. However, if we think about the blockchain space, it doesn't make too much sense, because in the end, new information only comes if there's a new block, right? Like it doesn't matter too much, it matters a little bit, too much what's happening within the block. And so the goal for us is really that within a single block, trades that trade the same token pair should, regardless of the ordering, all receive the same uniform trading price. What is quite important as well is if you think about how AMMs work, and like I'm a huge fan of Uniswap and stuff they're building. And V3 is amazing, but AMMs are really flawed, because basically every time you interact with the protocol, you pay a spread. So if I want to sell Gnosis token on Uniswap, I pay a spread. And if there's a counterpart who wants to buy Gnosis token, they pay a spread. And they both interact with Uniswap. And the state of the LP didn't actually change, but everyone kind of lost in this game. So what we are trying to do is improve the situation. There's other projects doing that as well. CowSwap probably being the most famous one, is batching these transactions. So rather than signing a trade right away, you sign an intent to trade, which basically means that if you want to sell token A or change token A for token B at a certain limit price, you would just sign the intent and hand it over to a relay, what we call the solver in this example. So the benefit of that is that A, we can batch transactions that happen on the same token pair, and you can actually offset that in one transaction. So that is a huge benefit. But the other one is that the solvers are actually financially rewarded to give you the best execution. So it's way more efficient to execute using a solver than doing it through your MetaMask and exchanging in that way. So how does that actually look? And I think I touched on a few of the points already. But basically, the order is completed and then split into batches. And each batch is sent to multiple solvers, and solvers are rewarded to find the best trade for you. And the final solution is then settled on chain. And with that, you get the best execution, really. So that offers us a lot of benefits. So basically, you're fully permissionless, and you can buy and sell token like gaslessly. You get the best execution price. You have a fair, uniform clearing price, And the big thing is also avoid MEV. Yeah, but there's more that we do. So one of the big things we're focusing on right now is bringing real-world adoption to crypto. And think about it the following way. You probably all know Gnosis Save, which is our multi-sig that we worked on quite heavily. And I think it's a core of our identity, is like building cool projects that help ourselves and then bring them to the masses, because everyone can kind of, like, we're all facing the same problems. And this is kind of how Save was made and how the idea came out. But think about like the real world narrative that we all kind of want to drive of, like buying your coffee. Think about Save as your like sovereign, self-sovereign bank account that you have. And then you have projects like Monerium that you can actually use. It's a European focused project right now into issuing a euro stablecoin. It would be cool to see more of that stuff happening in Asia. So you guys building on that, like, let me know. And the problem then you have, okay, you have this Monerium project, which is really cool, because basically you can trigger SEPA transfers with that. So SEPA transfers are like proper bank transfers that you would use within Europe to send from one bank to another bank. And you can actually then send from your crypto wallet to like a bank account quite easily. But in addition to that, we need projects like Kapatki, who make all of this very smooth by providing liquidity into liquidity pools. So this one on the X3 curve pool, and providing then EUR liquidity to options like DAI, USDC, and USDT. And all of that then being built on a very trustless layer 1 blockchain that is extremely cheap in its fees, makes it very, very easy to take all of this one step further. So one thing we're building actually right now, we already had like around 200,000 people showing interest in that in Europe, that will receive their credit card soon, is allowing for credit card integration. So think about your credit card that you have right now as not just your Visa credit card, but also your crypto wallet, which there is a technical process in the background that I don't want to go into too much, but this kind of allows you to actually utilize crypto way more, actually pay for your coffee and have this real world adoption, which again on Arbitrum, if we would do this with 200,000 people buying coffee, would bring congestion. You pay your $1 fee. For us, it's just a few cents. And from the design, it's very similar that if it's maybe transactions under $30, it just goes through. If it's above $30, you might have to like authorize it with an authenticator or your wallet on your phone. But it makes it a lot easier to actually use crypto in like real world cases. And the cool thing is that we can then combine that with real world assets. So I don't have a slide on that, but think about you have your credit card, which is linked to your euro stablecoin. You can easily transfer from your salary. Your employer can pay you directly on that bank account because it's like SEPA, like it's working with the SEPA system. And then you can dollar cost average into Ethereum every month, like put $50 US every month into Ethereum, put that onto like a lending protocol and really enable like a very healthy DeFi ecosystem that grows out of the need to like, create savings for like a prosperous future. And yeah, so one last project, and considering the time constraints, is Hashi I want to talk on. We already talked on a bit earlier, but last year, actually, if you visualize it, $2 billion US, it's a crazy amount of money, were stolen bridges. And the problem is that no bridge, no matter if ZK, if optimistic, is never 100% secure. And we cannot guarantee that. So what we try to design because of that is a project that is a EVM bridge aggregator. So it's the header oracle aggregator, actually, that allows you to not just rely on one bridge, but rely on the state of multiple bridges. So it's much more secure, if you think about it, if you require messages to be validated by multiple independent mechanisms rather than just one, right? And this is what we call the redundant array of independent hash oracles, which is a word that you probably don't need to remember, but I thought I'd still mention it. And the cool thing with Hashi is that you can actually build on it as well. So like Hashi allows users and builders to build custom Oracle adapter contracts for any hash. And on the design principles, we have standardization on the lowest level. So that's like the block header abstraction layer, which we think is the best for standardization and aggregation. We do a lot of like diversification of the cross chains we're using. And one thing that is important to us is security over latency. So it might not take you 20 seconds, it might take you a bit longer, but with that, you can actually make sure your money is pretty safe. And there are some bridges, you know, when like you want a bridge and it takes you 3 days and you don't know if your money will ever arrive. Like it's a pretty scary feeling if you actually do that. And here, again, like I think security is so much more important in the long term. And so this slide I also included just so we share the slides afterward. If you guys are building, there's a few components you probably like mainly interact with like our contracts, which is Hashi and Gigibashi. But that's it from my side. So any questions, let me know or meet me outside afterwards and go to gnosis.io to learn about Gnosis Chain, join our Telegram, hit me up. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all that I need. Have any questions? Yeah, curious. We still have little bit of time. Well, yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. But since
I'll be outside. Any questions, just come to me directly.
yeah, can just go to Stefan. Yeah, and we have next. Yes, Asfa will be sharing about decoding transaction, Ethereum transactions.
Okay. No. I say camera. Okay.
Yeah, you see me 10 minutes left and 5 minutes left.
10 and 5.
Yeah, 10. Yeah, it's just right outside. The polygon line.
Luffy, how do I show this slides? Oh wait, which one do you connect to? Is it the wrong one? Wrong one. Let me see awkward sikit. Oh, tak ada sikit semua. Aku nak cuba tapi susah. You want to do both? Ada orang nak tengok ada sikit. So should I start now? All right. Hi everyone. How's everyone doing? First of all, it's a great appreciation for everyone to use their Saturday morning to learn about crypto and also to listen to my talk. Today I'm going to talk about decoding Ethereum transactions. So it will be slightly technical, but it will be very, very useful if you want to build or you are in a project or applications that want to make transactions appear more friendly to normal users, or you are just a normal crypto users who wants to know a little bit more what's going on in a transaction. So I thought I would start by having a quick zoom out perspective to know where transactions are important in Ethereum. So Ethereum is basically a chain of states, which means after every block, the state of Ethereum changes, and hence it is called a blockchain because the chain of states is facilitated by blocks. And so imagine that is you. So whenever you send transactions, what you are doing is you are sending it to a node, right? And every node copies the same state of Ethereum. So essentially, when you are sending a transaction, every other node will also receive those informations, and then everyone and every node on Ethereum will validate and have that transactions included that changes the state of the blockchain. All right, so that's the context. So now let's zoom in on what happens in a transaction.
Okay, so say that you've bought an NFT or you did some simple trades, right? You will probably encounter one of our pages, which is our transaction details page, and then you will see a status success. So today I'll be talking a little bit more. What does this mean? All right, so sending a transaction. So these are the flow of sending a transaction on any blockchain, essentially. But it is quite simplified. So a dApp will connect with your wallet to get an address, and then you will interact with the dApp, and then a wallet will prompt users to accept or reject the transactions, and then a wallet will send the transaction to node for inclusion in a block. So I have some visualizations here. So this is a Uniswap. So for example, you go to Uniswap, and then you hit connect, and then they will get your address. And then say that you click swap, right? So what will happen is when you click swap, the dApp front end would send a JSON object for you to sign. And what I would like you to focus here is the input field here. So this input field are essentially the instructions that you are giving to a smart contract. So if you encounter any cases of exploits, scams, right? Usually this is the part where it is not doing what it is said it is doing. For example, okay, oh, I get an airdrop. Okay, let me click this airdrop button. And then suddenly it sends a transaction to approve all your NFTs, right? So the input field is essentially where the scammers would change those informations. So and it is not fair to hope for users to know to exactly see what is going on behind the scene, right? Okay, and then you would need to confirm these transactions. So say that when you confirm these transactions, your wallet will add a few further more informations to help the nodes verify, and then it will send to the nodes, and it will be included in the pending transaction pool. So this is a list of pending transaction pool on Etherscan. So it could either be because the gas was too high, or it just takes long for the transaction to be included. So say that if you have sent a transaction which has not been finalized, then it will be included here. Okay. Okay, everything good so far? All right, so let's start decoding a transaction. Okay, so as I mentioned before, the input data is essentially the instructions that you are giving to the contract. So it is what we are going to spend most of the time in. So this is an example of an input data. It can be short, it can be long. The more complex the transaction is, the longer it is. So today I'm just going to cover a very short input data. So how do you decode this is first you have to remove the 0x in front. And then there are two main types of input data. There are function calls and there are arbitrary data. And it is very, very hard to decode without a contracts ABI. So a contracts ABI is not something on-chain, but it is essentially a way for us to know how to interact with the contract in a human-readable way. All right, so how do you read input data on Etherscan? So you can go to any transactions, and then you scroll down, and then you can click more details, and then it will expand, and then we will nicely show you how the input data would look. So here we will show you, okay, what is the function being called, what is the variable, okay, what is the input data. So generally people won't go here unless you are doing some sort of analysis, or you genuinely wants to do what's going on. Like for example, maybe an exploit happened, right? And then you want to check what is the function that is being called. Okay, all right, so I mentioned before there are two types of input data, function call and arbitrary data. So I'm going to start with arbitrary data, which is the easiest. So if you are sending Ether to another wallet, essentially you don't send any input data. But there are a lot of use case for this input data. For example, you can send messages to wallets or call IDM. So if you've seen any exploits, all right, you will see a lot of people sending their hopes and dreams, right, their failures, and then asking for favors from the exploiters to give their ill-gotten gains to the wallet. So this could be one use of it. You could essentially put your message on chain, but then you have to pay gas. Next is the function call. So this is, I guess, what we are going to focus on. So the top part is the one that is decoded, and the second point is a more beautified versions of the function call that has been decoded. So this is a transfer function call. So I'm going to go next. All right. So this is an input data when you send an ERC20 tokens. So whenever you send USDT, WEF, RAP BTC, so this is how it will look like. So the first 4 bytes are actually the function signature. So what is the function signature, right? Wait, my friend is calling me here. I think he's trying to look for this place. Okay, so the first 4 bytes is the function signature. Okay, so what is the function signature? So, okay, so this is actually the function that you would call when you are sending a token, right? So, function transfer, what is the destination address? What is the amount? Okay, so the function signature is essentially the name of the function, and then the parameter. So, and then you remove the spaces, and you remove the name. And then you would hash it using catch-up 256. And then the first part here is the function signature of the function. So if you remember here, it's A9059. And then you can check here from the input data transfer. So meta ID A9509. So essentially, this is how you would know or how you would decode this function signature to show this meta ID. Sorry, to show this function name. How I did this, right? I essentially know the function name first, and then I would hash it to show the function signature. So in real life, it won't actually be like this. So in real life, okay. So because some functions are actually standards in Ethereum, so you would know what to expect. And some companies have their own list of function signatures. So it means when we detect there are certain matching form of input data, then we immediately know what is the functions, right? There is also a public repo called Ethereum 4-byte signatory, I think, where basically if you can use their library to match the input data to the function that is being called. All right. Okay. So going back to this part here, okay, so now we know that this first 4 bytes is the function signature, so we can separate it out. Okay, so this is the function signature. So the next thing that you need to do is you need to separate the data by 32 bytes or 64 strings. So no matter how complicated the input data is, how long it is, you will always need to separate it by 32 bytes due to the way that Ethereum is encoded. And this is a simple function, so hence it just has 2 input data, and then each. So this is a data type, address, and a uint, and each data type are decoded differently. So addresses and uint are the easiest. Okay, and different method of decoding it depends on data type. So for example, if it's a boolean, if it's if it's an array, it will be handled differently. But generally, you do separate it out by 32 bytes. And if you want to know more how to decode each type of data type, then there is a very helpful IFKL video. Okay. All right. Okay. So since we know that the first input data is an address, so an address is always fixed at 20 bytes. So because we know that it's already fixed at 20 bytes, so we can remove all the zeros in front, and we just add 0x. So we know that this is an address. And then the next is uint. So the way you go convert uint input data to decimal is just hexadecimal to decimal converter. So you will get this number. So this is the amount that the user is transferring the tokens. So it is not actually this amount. So because every ERC20 tokens have a decimal point. So in the case of Uniswap tokens, it is -18. So you will divide this by 10 to the power of -18, and you will get that the user is actually sending 1600 Uniswap token. Alright. So that's how we show you the beautified version of decoded input data. If not, then it would just be a hash like this. Okay, so next is event logs. Okay, so when you interact with a contract, you send a functions, right? So event logs are used to sort of to print information on the blockchain, and it is emitted by contracts involved in the transactions. Used to log the output of a functions, and it is very useful for applications to subscribe to these event logs. Because if you are an application, right, you don't want to know, it's hard to know what's going on in a contract just via a function call, because you don't know whether does it succeed. You have to actually decode the whole thing, and it is actually not an output, right? It's just an instruction. So the event log is the way in Solidity where you can print those output onto the blockchain. Okay, so how do you access event logs on Etherscan? So every transaction pages, provided that they have event logs, will have a log tab on the top. So that's how you would find the event logs. So here, so this is again a simple transfer function. So you only have one event log. So say that, for example, a contract. So usually, if you do a more complicated type of transactions, maybe like a bulk NFT buy, right? You have like 14, 15 event logs, and some are decoded, some are not, and some are not. And if you know what you are looking for, then essentially you can subscribe to these events and show the relevant information to your users or to your applications. All right. Okay, so these are some of the examples of event logs. So the top is a normal ERC20 transfer. So the second is an example from Gitcoin. So Gitcoin is basically a debt where you can fund projects that you like. So this is one example where a user is sending donations, and the Gitcoin contract helpfully admits that it is a donation that is being sent, what is the token that the fund is from, what is the amount of the token that is being donated, and what is the destination address of the fund receiver. This is just an example. So if you look into, for example, OpenSea or Uniswap, they all have their own event logs, and not all applications have the best event log documentations. And it's very helpful if an application have it. And sometimes also applications purposely make it hard so that people won't be able to know what their smart contract is doing. But again, it depends on your use case. Okay, so just very, very quickly, so this is how event logs are structured. So this is the event log name. And basically, this is the parameters that the event log will give out. So there are two parts here that I want to highlight, topics and data. So topic 0 is, again, the function signature of the event log name, similar to the way that we decode the function just now. And topic 1, 2, and 3 are reserved for index data in the contract. So essentially say that if you want to build an application that tracks all the tokens that are being transferred, right? So you can just subscribe to the transfer event log and only using the field from topic 1, topic 2, and topic 3. And you don't need to care about any other things, because that is the only information that you need to know what tokens are being transferred and who are the recipient. And any other form of data goes under this data field here. Right, and yeah, some are not decoded. For example, if the contracts are not verified, so we are not able to show this because we do not know what are we supposed to decode, and this is generally what you would see here. All right, application time. So now you roughly know that how do people give instruction to smart contract, and then you also know that how to subscribe to the output of the smart contract. So what can you build, right? Essentially, you can build a lot of things. So one of the ways that we at Etherscan do it is our NFT trades marketplace tool. So everything starts from event logs and function calls, right? Because we need to know what the contract is doing. Only then we will be able to decide what relevant information to show. So if here, for example, we show you, okay, this user is trading this NFT on this market, how much, who's the buyer. So all these informations are at the event logs. And it's about knowing what contracts you are looking for and what event logs that you are trying to subscribe to. Right, and another one is the one that we are really focusing on, which is transaction action. Because I always remember whenever I show my friends who are not in crypto my Etherscan transaction page, right? It's very hard to know what you are looking for, and I don't blame them because I think the challenge is there are a lot of information that you don't want to remove, but transaction action is one of the ways where we try to summarize what's happening in the transaction, and it's really cool because if, for example, if you are bridging funds, right, you can know how much is token is being breached, using what bridge, what is the originating transactions. So you can build a lot of things here, and there are a lot of projects, right? And we are always looking for projects or contributors to help make these transaction action to be more widely used and widely adapted, because it's not easy to know what's going on. And so yeah, so imagine the world if Ethereum transactions are friendly, right? I don't have to show, oh, here's how much gas I paid, or okay, this is actually where I trade my NFTs. You can just show a simple transaction action. You can just show a simple summary to users what's going on. And if you are interested to learn more about how do we make Ethereum transactions friendlier, or how to read even more complex contracts and functions, do let me know. And we are doing more of these sessions to help make Ethereum transactions friendly. So I have a QR code if you have some feedback on how we can improve this session, for example, because one of the feedback that we get as Etherscan is sometimes it is not very retail friendly, and this is one of our efforts to make it easier. And because we have millions and millions of users every month, right? So we always want to try to cater to all types of users, because we don't want to remove data. We want to make sure that we maintain the data that we show, and at the same time give enough context to retail users on what's going on. So yeah, so if you are interested to know more, or interested to help out with transaction actions for your favorite dApps, you can DM me, you can let me know, and yep, I think that's all for me. Thank you. I think I have some time. If anyone have questions. Another use case that we use event log for our DEX trade. So since if there's no questions, then it's gonna be shilling time. So yeah, so this is our DEX trade page. So how do we get this, right? So essentially we would need to figure out what is the contract that is being called. In this case, it's Uniswap V2 router. And then you can take a look at the logs here. Yeah, so you can have to figure out which one that you are trying to get. So here, see, there's a swap action here. So essentially, these are the items that we want to get when looking at event logs. Yep, so that's how we decode. If there's no question, I guess, oh, yeah. Thank you, Calvin. Yep, so we do have Etherscan BI. It is not open to public at the moment, but if anyone in the community is interested to use it, we are more than happy to give you guys a try. So essentially what Etherscan BI does is almost similar to Dune, but not at Dune scale. So it is very, very hard for you to actually decode all these event logs, right? So on Etherscan, we actually have all this nicely populated, nicely cleaned up in our table form. And we use it internally to help do research or do some analysis. And we do have some contributors or analysts who have access to this. And it is definitely open for anyone to try to just test your research, or to just test some of your applications assumptions using our BI. And it's not open to public, but we can definitely give access to anyone in the community who are curious to play around with the data. Because cleaning up blockchain data is very, very hard. Okay, so I guess if there's no question, I think that's it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll signal like 10 if you have 10 minutes left, and 5 if you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll see that on I need to grab your screen, so you mind if I just I'll share the entire screen, yeah? That's fine with you?
Yep.
Or you have something in the background that you don't want to show, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, okay, you're all good. Start whenever you're ready.
Oh,
please
is
bear in
it
mind.
connected? I don't think it's connected yet.
Yeah, please bear in mind. Yeah, hi.
So I can just share the whole screen.
Yeah.
Is it early? But can I start early as well? Hey, hi guys, what's up? Can you guys hear me? Cool. So just a quick survey, right? How many of you right here are actually a dev? Like you are coding, you are building on Web3. Like, do you mind to raise your hand? Oh, I see. It's like half of you. Like, how many of you are actually from Malaysia or not from Malaysia? Nice, nice. I think it's quite international. So great. Managed to grab you guys' attention. So my name is Will, and I'm from Wormhole, and we're actually a cross-chain interoperability protocol. So I explain more later. So today the topic is actually the future of cross-chain. So before I start my presentation, right, just want to ask you guys, like, how many of you believe that the future is multi-chain? I think it's like 70%. So what if I tell you that the future is not multi-chain? The multi-chain is now, right? We are already living in the world of multi-chain. You have EVM, Ethereum multi-stake, non-EVM like Solana. And the future is what we are actually vision now is actually cross-chain, which means that you can actually build an apps in multiple chains seamlessly. So just imagine that every blockchain right here is actually like a city. Like Ethereum is like a city like New York. Then you have other city like Solana. And all these cities are actually not able to communicate within themselves if there's no bridges, if there's nothing that connecting them like highway. So what we are doing here is actually, if you can see here, is actually a cross-chain interoperability is actually not just like sending asset, but enable each of this city, which is this blockchain, to communicate with themselves by sending information, sending message, and also sending contract execution. So why are we going to cross-chain? So the very first of all is the composability. Just imagine in a world that users have no option to go to multiple chains because of your protocol just built on one chain, right? By going cross-chain, you can actually build your protocol in multiple chains and actually try to extract the best value leveraging the feature on different blockchains. Some blockchain might have the best security, some blockchain might have the fastest or finality or highest TPS. Some blockchain have a larger user base. What if you can build apps that actually combine all of these? And second thing is increase the liquidity of the asset. So if you build on, let's say, Ethereum, right, and you mint your token on Ethereum, could you imagine that you actually bring it to any other chain that you want it to be, like bring it to BNB, Arbitrum, with just one single protocol? And the lastly is like greater accessibility for users. So by building on cross-chain, right, it's not just being that you're actually bridging asset like token and NFT across multiple chains. Instead, you can also build some things like cross-chain governance, or cross-chain ID, and multiple use case that I will introduce later. Okay, so the project that I'm presenting right now, which is my company, is actually, it's called Wormhole. So when people think about cross-chain, right, they will first think about just bridges, right, where you can send your asset into a website in another chain. But for us, we're actually the most base layer. So what we're building is actually a generic messaging protocol. So we actually deploy a smart contract on every chain that we have, and each of these smart contracts can actually communicate with each other. And the whole process is actually verified by our Guardian network. So just imagine like from Ethereum to Solana, so you actually create a message on Solana, so let's say on Ethereum, and this message will be observed and verified by our Guardian network, and they relay it to Solana and complete the execution. So currently we have already connected to about 20 plus blockchains, and that includes 6 runtime: EVM, Cosmos, Solana, Algorand, Move, Substrate, and some of the latest changes that we just integrate like Arbitrum from L2, Sui, Aptos as well. So this is just a very, very high level of visualization of how we works. Like all of these chains are actually connected to a bridge, and it relates to your protocol where you interact with the user. So as you can see, right, it's not just a single or double or a bi-direction bridge. We actually make it like a network. So eventually Ethereum can connect with Solana, at the same time connect with Arbitrum without actually losing the fungibility. So let me get straight to the use case of wormhole, right? The very first thing that you can build is actually, like the most common one is a token bridge. So we have our own UI, which is on the left-hand side. It's called Portal. So any user or any protocol can use it to bridge the token in permissionless way. So the mechanism you use is actually lock and min. So just imagine today you create a new, let's say a shitcoin. It's called Baby Pepe. Then eventually you mint it on Solana. But you found that actually most of the users who want to trade shitcoins on Ethereum. So what can you do is actually just connect it. Right, within a few minutes, you can actually wrap this token to Ethereum and access to the liquidity there. And because Wormhole is actually open source SDK, so we don't only build a product. Eventually, we open up the floor to the developer to build with us. So another example is here is the Courier. So they're also creating a much more advanced or high functionality bridge using our SDK. So they have some feature like gas drop off. Because when you, let's say, a user, they want to experience a new change, right? Let's say Solana, they've never been there, they don't have native token like Sol, right? There will be a problem when they bridge the token to this new change, but they don't have gas fee to pay for the next transaction. So gas drop-off is another feature that lets you convert part of your transaction into the native gas that enable the user to actually pay for the next transaction and pay along with all the other ecosystem. So another exciting product that we actually just launched like last week is called Wormhole Connect. So just imagine, right, if you want to go multi-change, right, you probably need to get your, in the past, right, you have to get your user to go to, let's say, a centralized exchange or any cross-chain swap that enable the user to swap into the new coin in the new change. So let's say for Magic Eden, right, if the Ethereum user want to go to Polygon, they probably have to go somewhere else to convert the token. But for Wormhole Connect, it's actually a 3-line of code, which is a front-end SDK, which lets you install your, our widget directly into your front end. So just a very quick demo of like how simple is it. So recently we just launched, we have actually a pre-launch with Sui, the new ecosystem that coming up. Just they launched a mini just last week. So we actually integrate about 10 plus, going to be 20 plus of these protocol who actually embed this widget onto the front end. So user can just go to this widget, right, and bridge their token, let's say from Ethereum, from other chains that have liquidity into Sui without leaving their protocol. So yeah, this is a quick demo of what the Wormhole Connect can do. So yeah. And I believe a lot of you, right, think about, what about, I don't really want to bridge my token, right? I want to just easily get access to, let's say, ETH to BNB, right? Probably the first thing in your mind is like, I want to go to centralized exchange like Binance, all these things, to do all these things. But through Wormhole, right, we enable developers to build cross-chain swap as well, which is like you not only just breach the token, whereby you actually allow the user to swap the token in between two chains by paying these are, let's say, the token that they want in the destination change. So some of the projects that we have worked with is like Hashflow, and also the right one is the OmniBTC. So governance, another one is cross-chain governance, which means that we allow the protocol to actually send their votes from the other change back to the source change and participate in the governance. So recently, we actually won the proposal to become one of the bridges that's supporting this Uniswap governance, where the BNB user who own the Uni token on BNB, they can do the governance votes without actually breach their token back to Ethereum, which means we can actually relay their votes from BNB directly to Ethereum. So the whole process makes easier and seamlessly for the user. So yeah, so these are all the use case that we actually are doing right now, and a lot of projects already integrate with it. And another thing is that we also come up with the standards called X asset. So remember that when I say about bridging the assets from one change to another change, right? So whereby the asset that actually bridge to wormhole have this standards called X asset, which means that it is actually a path independence. So let's say if you bridge from A to B to C, right? Without rerouting it back to B to A, you can actually send from C to A, and this whole process, right, is actually fungible. It won't be double wrap, triple wrap, or create multiple wrap in between this process. So let's say we are already supporting 22 change, right? If you actually mint your asset on, let's say, Ethereum, you can let your user to send it to this all 22 change and then send it back to the Ethereum, unwrap it without having any issue. And we already have a lot of projects launching this as asset token with us, like Decentraland Mana from Ethereum, Swapcoin from NEAR, DAS from Solana, ZBAC from Solana, Wombat from BNB, Arbitrum, and many more. So yeah, so why build with Wormhole? I think other than the core feature, the SDK we actually provide, right? The whole Wormhole SDK is actually open source. So you can find it in our GitHub, and it's actually permissionless to you for you to build with. You don't have to sign any contract, any MOU. You can just directly go to the SDK, fork it out, or you can actually go to our team and check with us like how can we actually support you from time to time. So the whole thing is transparent. We keep Geek update almost every month. We have a lot of contributors contribute to the latest feature that developed on the SDK, and it's pretty composable because the 22 change that we support, right? Most of it we cover most of the EVM, like Polygon, Ethereum, BNB, Phantom, and L2, like Optimism, Arbitrum, you name it, right? For those devs who want to actually venture into the non-EVM ecosystem, I think we are also one of the leading protocol that give you the path to Solana immediately, and also Sui and Aptos. And yeah, once you actually launch the protocol with us, we can also support you in terms of the marketing, in the marketing effort to actually further boost your ecosystem outreach. So yeah, I think that's all about Wormhole. Yeah, and this is the website. You can send this code, scan the QR code, and check out our website. We have a dev books, and we see, a good traction about going cross-chain nowadays, right? And yeah, I believe that we can provide you the best infrastructure to do that. Thanks. Yep. Any question? I think just now a lot of presenters also talk about bridges, right? I welcome any question from you guys. Yeah, just feel free to throw it out.
Is the bridge decentralized?
Okay, depend on like what kind of metrics I mentioned. So our bridge, right, the way we actually do the validation is called, we actually deploy a network called Guardians. So there are 19 Guardian, which is handpicked by us. So these 19 Guardian, they are actually all have their name on. So we actually, they put their name, the goodwill onto this, securing this network. So these are biggest staker in the industry, like P2P, Triton, even like Jump. So eventually, we need about 2 2/3 of the quorum to pass the validation. So these 2/3 are required from which is about 13 out of 19. So in any event that this validator, which is our Guardian Network colleague, right, they are not just losing the state in wormhole, they are losing their whole business because their name has been published in our website, in anywhere that you can see. They're actually our secure guardians. So this is how we validate the network. Definitely there will be a lot of argument, hey, is it really decentralized or not? But it really depends on like what is the best trade-off between the security and also the effort of validate the network. Yeah. Yeah. Unlike the other breach, right? I mean, like if you in the market, there are like POS breach like Axela. We are not really going to deploy POS right now or in future because all these 19 Guardian, they are handpicked. They are nobody. They are all like the biggest staking provider in the industry. The reason why is we don't want to actually give up our authority of the validation to a network of staker. Just imagine, right? Someone can actually manipulate your token, right? By just accumulate a lot of token and getting the largest state in the network, and then they can just do whatever thing that they want. So yeah, we are not actually a POS, and we also not going to move to POS in the future. Then what is the structure now? POA. You can call it trust-based POA. So a lot of research call it trust-based POA because you know the name and there's only 19, so they actually based on authority. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you good question. So we don't really have an industrial standard for how to measure this breach is better or what. But you can think about it in two ways. TVL is actually suitable for those which have liquidity or lock admin mechanism. By wormhole, right, we have our own front-end score portal. So we actually log every native token that want to breach, right, and this into our smart contract as a vote. So we have about 200 million TVL right now. But there are also other protocol who have this TVL like cross-chain swap. They are not only breach, but they already swap the token from, like, let's say, ETH to BNB, not in the right person. So some very famous cross-chain swaps like Multi-Change, Stargate, they have their own metrics. For us, right, we don't really know how to measure it, but I think most of the time we'll be thinking of like the bandwidth of the network, like how many cross-chain messaging that you can send within a second. Yeah, because our validation model is not POS, and we actually relay the validation of change, so we can actually validate all these transactions in very, very fast fashion. So currently, we actually send about, our volume of daily transaction is about 2 million. 2 million cross chains messages across all the chains that we support. Just the message. Yeah, messaging. Because we are actually a generic messaging protocol. Like what I say, like what I showed you just now, all the use case, right? They are not necessarily a breach, right? They could be just a messaging relayer or sending message. So we count by message. So let's say the message could be like sending a governance vote to Uniswap. It could be like sending a message to log and mint your token. It could be sending a message to log and mint your NFT or burn and mint your NFT. And you could do many more as well. Like one of the use case that we try to find as well is actually cross-change borrow lending, whereby you can actually get a collateral on Ethereum because they have the highest TVL, right? But you make your execution, your lending out on Solana or other chains that have a higher, faster finality and lower gas fee. Yeah. It's already been observed, right? So every token, every project have their freedom to use multiple bridge. And one thing about this is actually there's no fungibility across different bridge, but there's fungibility in between the bridge, right? Like let's say wormhole, we can bridge over all these things. So there's no immediate issue to actually, immediate solution for that, right? Or we will still continue to see, right? There will be like a web USDT from, let's say, all bridge for multi-chain from wormhole onto a new chain, or the fraction of liquidity. So that's why we try to stand out. I think this requires a huge network effect, right? More and more projects adopt one same single standard, then it will be much more better to the ecosystem. So in our standpoint, right, we just try to be our best and support more new chain as possible as we go on. Yeah. I think we have an incident happened in last year, February, before I joined it. But I joined it because of the hack, of how we handle my team actually handled the incident. So there's no 100% secure breach, right? Not only breach, but protocol as well, even blockchain as well, right? I mean, like you could have something happen within the system that run without what would happen. So I think first thing about the hack incident, right? Wormhole managed to make whole of the user deposit in just 14 hours. It showed that how dedicated we are to our user and also to the commitment of the cross-chain future. So within 14 hours, right? I mean, surprisingly, because the amount is huge. But after that, we learned a lesson. So, and I also prepared that. I know some of you will actually ask. So just now I mentioned about transparent, right? So we have all our security measurement right in our GitHub, which is open source. You can check it always, right? We have made about 25 audits. I would say that 25 audits by the third party. A lot of the name will be inside the link as well in our GitHub. I think we are one of the largest contributors to the audit ecosystem. Bug bounty program up to 2.5 million in EmuFi. Right? Anyone who managed to find a bug, you can always submit your to our EmuFi program. Trust assumption, which is the POA. I think no doubt that all this name has been published and they will be monitored not by just us, but the whole community, right? If they risk their goodwill in like to just collect a small sum of the wormhole TVR, they could lose the whole state of their business in Web3. White hat hacking, and all these, and also including we are also commit to actually we are in continuous motion to do internal auditing because of internal audit, because we have a team of internal security team who always monitor our status, our state of our breach, and make sure that nothing could go wrong. In our observation. We have about just how many seconds? How many minutes? Oh, yeah. Any question? If not, then we can end the session earlier. Yeah. Yes? Sorry, new? Oh. So when we first built the breach, right, by the teams, by the initial teams, the initial team, they actually built it in 2021, before August, right? It was just a asset breach to sending out the token from in between Ethereum and Solana. But after August, right, we actually made into a generic messaging protocol, which is the base layer that you only send a message in different endpoint in different blockchains. So Porter remained as a product under Wormhole, and we managed Porter, but essentially they are actually two different things. You can think like Wormhole is the very base layer, the protocol, and Porter is just one of the products that we built on top of it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I think that's all. And anyone who want to build cross-chain apps and you want to talk to Wormhole, can just reach out to me, learn about Wormhole. I would say the whole path is we make it very dev friendly, and we have a community discuss about how to go cross-chain, Discord, and we have ready team to support you when you have any technical question. Thanks. Have a nice day. Bye.
Oh, you want to get out? Yeah. I think so. For the live. Yeah. Oh, doing live. Yeah. Uh, okay. Okay. Is anybody still setting up the wallet? Can I have a raise of hand if you are still doing it? Okay, who done setting up? Because from TY's response, there were 8 wallets that we sent fund to. Who are the 8s, if you don't mind just waving your hand? Yeah. So did have you all set get code and input your wallet address ready? So you all got the funds. Never mind, later I'll check with you. So you all did. Okay. I just making sure that I'm not sending to some random person out there just to cheat my money. Dang. Okay, I think we'll start in a minute so that we can have more time, and we will get everybody to make a transaction if you haven't before, right? So Luffy, you want to start early or can just continue or you want me to wait until 12:25?
Can continue. Okay.
All right, guys.
10 seconds.
Huh?
10 seconds.
10 seconds, all right.
I need to share the slide.
Oh, I got no slide.
You got no slide?
I got no slide.
Okay.
I got no slide. Yes. Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Liang, and I'm also part of the ETHKL team and also part of the Block Explorer team lah. So in this session, we'll also explore what a Block Explorer is, which Harith in the first session didn't get to explore about lah. And also have some recap. Right now, we are trying to do some transaction on blockchain, where a quick recap on non-custodial and custodial. So on non-custodial is like Binance, Luno, all these things, right? They have your fund, like Harry mentioned. If they try to, one day they wake up, they try to be a bad person, they move away your funds, there's nothing you can do. And basically you are controlled to whatever you can do with your wallet. That's called a custodial wallet. Whereas in MetaMask, also thanks to Yudish explanation on non-custodial wallet, this is the wallet where you own. You have the fund in your own wallet. No one can do anything unless you give up your house key, like Harith mentioned, right? So just now the seed phrase, the 12 characters is your house key. If you give it to me, I can open it here, and I can take away your fund, right? So there's a recap on what we've learned so far. And today, not today, but right now, what we're trying to do is to start using some of the apps or smart contracts on the chain so that we know how it feels like. By the way, before that, how many of you joined ETHKL for the first time? Cool. Because we are doing this blockchain 101 every single time, and this is the only session and the first session that you get to hands-on. A lot of sessions we are like giving info, theory, but you still don't get it until you start to do something. And this is the first session that we're trying to get you to do something, and we have some budget from ETHKL so that we send money to your wallet for you to pay gas fee. In order to do some transaction, you need gas fee, right? So once you have some gas fee, you can start using it. And also thanks to our TY brother right there. He's the one sending your funds if you don't have funds yet. Right? Cool. So first of all, today we're trying to do something very simple. What we'll do is we'll buy some tokens from Uniswap. Remember this morning Harith mentioned Uniswap? So today we'll do some Uniswap token. So this is the thing. This morning in the roundup, I think Nick mentioned about Pepe token, meme token, right? How many of you heard of meme token? Meme token, right? So meme token is basically a token deployed by don't know who this person is, and then for some reason he has a good marketing plan and whatnot that he pumped all the tokens to very high price. Let me give you a quick example. Doge is one. We'll use CoinGecko. Okay, so if you don't know already, CoinGecko is one of the biggest aggregator of all the tokens, and it is also a Malaysian team. If you go around, you see the logo, some of the people wearing it. So basically, right, let's look at Pepe token. it my internet? Oh, there you go. Is my internet slow or something? Yeah. Okay, cool. So this is Pepe token. The name is funny, Pepe token, and it's a meme. So imagine the price is right here. And then if you manage to buy even $10, if you sell around here or around here, you would have worth $1,000 already. Okay, so this is not, I'm encouraging you all to do this kind of stuff, but being incentivized to use blockchain is one of the key things that attracts people, right? So there are a lot of ways you can somehow interact and earn money. Like Harif mentioned, do not put all your asset in, just put amount that you're willing to lose. If you put in your car, imagine if you bought here, then it goes back down to zero, then you'll lose everything. So coming back to the question, custodial and non-custodial. Imagine if you are having an account on Luno or Binance, you won't be able to buy this coin. Because if they don't list it, you cannot buy it. Your wallet is under their custodial. You can only do whatever they allow you to do, right? So probably when Binance lists the token for you to buy, it's already up here. I got a friend who bought on exchanges. I think he got at most 2x, 3x. Still good money, but if you have your own wallet, then you can potentially do it here. So that's my point. Having a custodial wallet enables you to do whatever you want on your blockchain, and you have your full power, full control over your address. Okay, cool. That's an introduction on how having your own wallet is beneficial, right? There you go. CoinGecko logo. Sorry, non-custodial. Yes, non-custodial. Made a mistake there. So what we're gonna do now is we'll try to do some swap on Arbitrum network. So basically, just now, Yudish mentioned in MetaMask, you can do transaction on Ethereum, but not only that, you can actually do transaction on Arbitrum. And the funds that we send you just now is in Arbitrum, all right? So first of all, we'll do one by one. Let me know if I'm going too fast. And just feel free to raise your hand if you cannot follow or whatever, or you have any question. So we have like 30 minutes to finish these things. I hope we can do it. So first, we go to Uniswap, which is uniswap.org. If any of you are using phone, you're using phone, right? Do not use the usual browser. If you're using Trust Wallet, go to Trust Wallet and access from there, right? So take note about that. If you use the normal browser in your phone, you won't be able to connect your wallet. Okay, this is Uniswap. Make sure you're in the right URL. This is what you will see. And on the top right, you will see launch app. We'll just launch the app. Yes, this is the interface that you will see right after you launch the app. Anybody cannot follow? Anybody good? Anybody still need more time? Sorry? Oh yeah, MetaMask. You're on your phone. Let me check. MetaMask also has a browser. Yes, uniswap.org. Yes, cool. Okay, is everybody following? Okay, who else has arrived at this page? Okay, cool. Okay, the next thing we mentioned we're gonna do on Arbitrum, right? So what we will do is on this Ethereum logo right here, we just open it up and go to Arbitrum. And you will see this prompt because my wallet just now was in Ethereum mainnet. So in order to do Arbitrum stuff, I have to switch my network. Oh, sorry. Before that, I think because my wallet is connected, actually, actually, first of all, you have to connect the wallet. Connect the wallet first. After you connect the wallet, then you can access. Then you change to Arbitrum. All right. Cool. Is anybody still stuck? Yeah, you all need to talk to me. This is supposed to be an interactive session. We're trying to help each other to get started. So if you have any problem, let me know. Else we will move on. And I hope you get the most out from the session. Okay, cool. So what token we want to buy? Yeah. Okay, so for browser, you actually have to go back to home page first, the first MetaMask page, and then you go to the top of the UI. You see Ethereum main network, right? You have to click it and switch it to Arbitrum first. Yeah. So some people is using mobile, it's different UI. If you're using browser, it's different UI, right? So to add a network, it's a good question. You can try to do it using. Okay, let's go to this website. We'll try to go to this website called Etherscan. I'm not sure if it works on mobile, but we'll try it anyway. So Etherscan, this is an block explorer. Just now Hari showed Etherscan. This is Etherscan. Etherscan basically it's a block explorer for Arbitrum. So if you go to Etherscan, you go right at the bottom, there's a add network button. So if you haven't, click that button. Let me remove it. Okay, so if you don't have the network yet, you just click this button and exactly what you did show just now. It tells you we are adding these details to your network and you just go and say, I approve. Yes. Okay. Okay, cool. So why are we switching network? Because Ethereum, if you look at the detail just now, okay, we'll go to chain list for more better explanation. So imagine everyone can make a blockchain. Basically, I also can make my own blockchain. I just need to take the code and deploy my blockchain. And they all works the same. But the key thing here is which blockchain are you interacting with? For Ethereum, it is called, the chain ID is called 1. And for BSC, the chain ID is 56. So at a very beginner level, what we have to understand here is if I'm interacting on Arbitrum, the chain ID is not 1. The chain ID is oh yeah. Yeah, so the chain ID is 42161. So if you don't change network, you won't be able to interact on the network. Does that answer the question? Does that answer your question, Azmi? Yeah, yeah, we will get it slowly lah. So that's why I say interact with more smart contract stuff, and slowly we'll figure it out. Right. The first thing I did on blockchain also was to buy token. I don't know if you all heard about Safe Moon before. Yeah, so I think that's the first token I bought. So anyway. Yes, so unfortunately, or fortunately, it shows that we are early, because when we are building stuff, a lot of time it's not so friendly. Even 20 years ago, when we tried to connect Wi-Fi, it will be hard. But right now, everyone can do that. So the interface is not that good, and that's a barrier. So there are a lot of ways to come up with that. Actually, some of the website, right? Once you click Arbitrum, it will straight away tell you, okay, you need to add this. But Uniswap somehow doesn't have that, so that's okay. We still can move around with it. But anyway, all good until this part, Arbitrum. Is anybody still behind? All cool? Okay, cool. So the next thing, select token. What token we are buying? Anyone knows any token that will go big? Poor guy don't wanna. So should I? Yeah, maybe just try. Just for fun. It's if you receive the fund from us, ETHKL, no harm trying. If you are using your own fund, you can buy other things that you want. For example, you can do sell something to DAI or sell something to something else, whatever you want. So basically, in this case, I want to buy, let's say, USDT. Okay. In this case, I'm trading Ethereum to USDT, right? So how much I want to do? So once you input the number that you want to sell, then it will do some routing and then shows you the number that you are potentially getting. So this is the price. I'm trading 0.005 ETH to $9 USDT, right? And you see at the bottom right, this is the gas fee that you might be paying. Right? Okay, is everybody good? You're following? Okay, you're following? All right, so let's do a swap. You just click this swap button. Oh, by the way, just now the thing that pop up is an extension. So if you are a beginner, it's good to add some extension. It will tell you if you are signing a malicious signature, which could give people access to your fund, or you are approving your use of token to other people. But in a gist, it is just a precaution. It was called Scam Sniffer. You have revoke.cash. If you're interested, you can drop your question in the ETHKL group, and I will give you some links, some of the alternative that you can use. It's just for safety purpose. If you don't have it, it's fine. So you will see this pop up on the right. Basically, it's telling you the details that you are doing right now. Let me stand this side so I can see you. So this one is a gas fee estimated gas fee that you're paying, 40 cents. All right. And this is the total that you might be spending. Right? So if you feel like, okay, it's cool, then I'll just confirm it. And then you'll see pending and swap. So this is the beauty of Arbitrum. It's quick and fast and it's cheap compared to Ethereum. It's different proposition, but there you go. What I have to do now is I just click on my MetaMask. Which wallet I connect to? And I go to my activity, right? Is everybody on this page ready? So here is basically where you can see your transaction, what you are doing on this transaction, right? And then we will just click view on Explorer. So are you okay? Following? Is your actually we can also check if they are all done the transaction already or not, but it's fine now. Yeah. So basically this is what we have done just now, 49 seconds ago. This is me. What I did is the token transfer, right? There are a few lines here, but you don't have to worry about it. It basically means that I'm trading, giving other people Ethereum so that I get USDT back to my wallet. All right. So basically that is it. But one thing here is if I go to my MetaMask, I go to my asset, I don't see my USDT. Where's my USDT? This is the tickets that we always get from people. It shows on your website. You got my money. Give me back my money. So this is where people always come to us. So actually, what you need to do here is, if you're in this page already, is everybody in this page already? Are you all following in this page? So if you're in this page already, you just click this USDT token. Yep, so this is the token page, we call it. Basically, it contains every on-chain element of the token. Basically, what you need to find is here, how much is the total USDT they can give out, and how many people are currently holding everything. But put that aside, I click on these three dots right here, and then I add token to my MetaMask wallet. And then it shows me that, oh, I actually have my 10 USDT. I'll just add the token. And there you go. My USDT is here. Cool? Cool? Okay. We have done one transaction. We bought USDT. Anything else that any questions so far? Oh, dang. Yeah, this is what Hari mentioned just now. Everything is on chain. So we can know whether you've done it or not. Yeah. But it's fine. No pressure. If you are getting the value out from it, that's fine already. If you can do it, you get an experience out from it, that's very personal, up to you. So let's do, since we are not waiting for anyone, let's do one more thing, shall we? Yes. Yeah, so Luffy's question is basically asking, when I add a token, am I asking Etherscan to send me my token? The answer is no. The token is already memang in your wallet, just that it's not showing because you have to tell your wallet, please show me the amount I have on this token. Once you say that to your wallet, then your wallet will display to you. If you don't tell him, then you will just ignore because there are so many tokens on the network, right? They can't show you everything. They just show you what you want them to show you. Basically, that's how it works. Okay, so if we are not waiting for anyone, we have the last, sorry. Yes. Yes. Good question. So, sorry, your name? Steven. So Steven is asking, I have funds on Ethereum, but when I switch my network to Arbitrum and I want to swap on Arbitrum, there's no fund in there. And how can I go about it? So basically, you can imagine Ethereum is Singapore, Arbitrum is Malaysia, and you have funds in Singapore, you want to use it in Malaysia, what you have to do is you have to convert your money from Singapore to Malaysia first, right? Because there are two different countries. It's like there are two different networks. So in order for you to use your Ethereum fund, you have to somehow send it over to Arbitrum first, only you can do it. Does that answer your question? Correct, you got it. You got it. So do we want to try to do that? Yeah, sure. So this is what we call bridging. Bridging means I bridge my fund from one chain to another chain. And there are a lot of people out there trying to do this business. In this particular case, I just use one of them, which we call it Hop Protocol. Hop Protocol. Yeah, so in the end, you will be visiting this app.hop.exchange. Let me know when you're in there. All right, done? Cool. So what you need to do is select network, which your fund is from Ethereum, right? So we go Ethereum. And then where you want to go? You want to go, let's say, Arbitrum. And then you can choose how many you want to bridge. And then you just click send fund. Yeah, from original chain to Arbitrum, and then you just send fund. So once you click send, you switch network. Just now we were in Arbitrum. Right now we are switching back to Ethereum. Actually, it can be done on any network. There are a lot of magic to go around it. Even if you can send it from Ethereum to Near, also can. You send to Solana, also can. It doesn't matter. Just that for us user, if you are skeptical about it, you need to read and find out how they actually do it. Some people, they try to store it in their own wallet, and then they give out from their wallet from that chain, something like that. So basically, you have to find out how each protocol do it. So anyway, if we click send, and basically it's telling you that you are sending fund to L2. So this is how you can bridge your fund from Ethereum to Arbitrum. But we will stop here because I don't want to do it. Yeah, but once you click confirm, you can do it. The gas fee is $10, right? So can be expensive to do it. L2 depends on where you send it to, right? So if it's Arbitrum sending to Optimism, probably not that expensive because both of them has very low gas fee. But if you are sending from Arbitrum to Ethereum, you need to do transaction on Ethereum, so it's going to be expensive. Okay, so the concept of bridge is very simple. The concept of bridge is I want to send my fund to Arbitrum. Basically, let's say Luffy is the bridge provider. I actually just send my fund to him on Ethereum, and he, using his fund on Arbitrum, disperse back to your wallet. So basically, that's the gist of it. That's how it works. So whenever you're bridging, it will require you to do transaction on that network, and if anything involved Ethereum mainnet, it's gonna be slightly more expensive. Cool? Verify that it is safe. Okay, so the question here is how can we are connecting to so many apps? How can we ensure each of them are safe? Something like that. So just now you did mention about hot wallet and cold wallet, right? cold wallet is basically a hardware wallet, and the hot wallet is basically MetaMask kind of thing. The reason behind us using a cold wallet is because we are storing fund in that wallet that we do not connect to everybody. So the fund is safe in the hardware that you don't do any transaction, and that will be 100% safe unless you lost your private key. That one we cannot help. So the hot wallet, whereas, is advisable for you to only put some amount of your fund and interact with other stuff. So if in case you got hacked, it's not all of your fund. Most of your fund is in the cold wallet, which is not connected to anything. Whereas this one, if got hacked, no choice. We just have to be careful next time. But fear not, it's just part of my fund, right? So that's how you keep yourself safe, the first step. Second step is when you are trying to make a transaction, you will always pop this up. Just now, I shown you the scam sniffer. It will potentially shows you some red flag if there is any. Second thing that you can do is actually, there is a playground. Playground is how I label my address. Then next, you got this address, right? You can actually click in and say view on Block Explorer. So once you open the address in Block Explorer, you can see that Etherscan already tagged it as hot protocol, right? On this side. So meaning that we somehow found out that this is an address by hot protocol. So it's not some random guy that is trying to get your fund. With that, you can feel a little bit safer, but not entirely safe. Unless when you open up, it shows that sometimes we tag this person is a fisher, is a scammer. Then you will know definitely something's wrong. So if it is tagged by hot protocol, tagged by Etherscan that it is hot protocol, relatively safer, but there is one thing that we always call a smart contract risk. That means that hot protocol itself got hacked. Then that one is another risk for us. That's why even if you are connecting to a legit project, legit website, you still can lose your fund if the protocol got hacked. So basically, this is how you keep yourself safe. First, have a hardware wallet. Second, download some extension to help you filter out addresses, filter out your transaction. The third one is try to look at the addresses that you're interacting with to make sure that they're not malicious or weird or something like that. Right? Does that answer your question? Cool. Any other question? So far, we have done 2 transactions actually. The first one is swap. The second one is bridging. Right? We will give 2 more minutes for a question. If we don't have any question, we'll end here and you can move on. We can move on to the next session. Yep. So we'll set a timer of 2 minutes. So let's see if anyone has any question. Thanks. All right. So wait until the time is up, then we'll close the session. Thank you. What are we doing? The career. All right, cool. Thanks, everybody. I hope this session has been fruitful. I hope it gives you some senses of how it looks like doing transaction on chain, right? So hereby, thank you for your participation. Thank you.
I just want to show the backdrop. People there will be blocked.
Do we need more chairs?
No, please. Okay. Thanks, guys. We have a shared mic. So we're gonna have to pass it around.
Oh, why not I set up? There you go.
I thought I can just use my laptop. Check with. But it's okay, I thought it was without the thing, it's still
Career
it's a good change. I was going to ask, I forgot already.
Are we putting something on the screen or not?
No, I think
Do we not have like a questionnaire or is it like a people come up?
right, question
Is it like you're not gonna slide or anything?
you could speak
You could pause it anytime.
if you don't ask question, I'll ask question. Don't worry.
Boss, when they ask me how to get a job, I feel for KC. When people say how to get a job, I say ask Johnson. Hello. Hi. Hello. Yeah.
Who's that? Hobby.
Do I get referral?
We buy you milk.
So many check of contract interest. Oh, you guys already buying you next Monday.
I think you guys might want to move there because we'll be here.
Unless the room becomes very full, then
Yeah, then we can.
I think a lot of people went back.
no. There's still food, by the way. Huh? I'm not sure if people realize this.
Wait, there's lunch?
Yeah, there's lunch.
You guys will provide it. Then why did I go and eat lunch?
Pizza eats lunch too. It's quite good.
Oh, my other event gave me lunch. Sorry. It's okay.
Why did I thought one of me talk?
Good question.
You have to see if you're doing the right thing. Yeah, that's the problem with this is the scary thing about panel. There's sometimes like professionals in it, and when you think some bullshit, they're like,
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, this is your story. This is
Why? Are you looking for a job? Are you looking for a job? Are you looking for a job?
yeah.
This is recorded, by the way.
Right now?
Not yet, but I mean, it's recorded. Okay, we can edit it and stuff.
But it's live already, right? It's live.
No, it's not live stream. Live stream is only the 5. Yeah.
Are each session recorded or?
No.
Oh, wait, now we can't.
All right. It's 1 p.m. already, and we do want to make sure that people can leave on time. We have lunch, by the way. I don't know if people realize we have lunch provided. Okay, yeah. So there's free lunch, and it's cool lunch by Pizza Eats. So yeah, make sure to take it outside later. And yeah, so just to be upfront, the idea here is it's just a conversation with 3 different people who've gotten jobs in the Web3 space. And the idea is if anyone here, whether you are a beginner or not, if you are looking for ideas of how to get a job or just like listening to stories, then you can listen in. And I'd like for you guys to ask your questions and not just like kind of monopolize all the questions. So we'll ask some questions just to kind of like for you to know who the speakers are, and then ideally you'd ask your questions so that it helps to answer your questions on how to get a job. But yeah, okay. So unfortunately, the screen will take some time to set up, so we'll go without screens. But before we kind of kick things off a bit more, I'll just get everybody to do a quick introduction of themselves.
Hey everyone, I'm Joshua. So I'm actually a student and I've been working at the same time. So I'm actually a student from Sunway University. I'm currently doing my master's in computer science. And for about the past year and a half, I'd been working as a front-end developer and integrations engineer at Talisman, which is a Polkadot wallet. Now, yeah, so that's me.
Hello everyone. My name is Chitren. I'm a developer, and now I also work as a developer/developer evangelist for Nethermind, which is a company that builds various blockchain services and infrastructure toolings. So I've been in the Web3 space for a couple of years, hop between a couple of Web3 jobs, and I also help out a bit on the IFKL organization and events stuff. That's a bit about me.
All right. Thanks, Joshua and Chichuan. And because we're a small time event, the panelist also has to be the moderator also has to be the panelist. So I'm Harith. Other than with Chichuan and others organizing ETHKL stuff, my day job is with Etherscan. I'm a product manager. So I can't code, and Chichuan knows I can't code more than, let's say, some basic/intermediate SQL. So it's a cool, I think, a cool lineup to have. We have a student plus working at the same time. We have a dev and someone who is not a dev. And combined, I think we have probably more than a decade of experience in the space. So that was a quick introduction, but I'd like to hear some backstory of like how you got into Web3 and how you got your first job in Web3. Kind of like so that people know your journey of how you got your way in. And we can start with Joshua.
Okay. So I started off in cryptocurrency in general back in 2014. So, Bitcoin wasn't as big as it is now. But, we were trading on Reddit, hey, can you do this task for me? I'll give you, 1 Bitcoin back then. So it was quite interesting to me. I'd go to these faucets, try it out. I'm a 14-year-old, something new on the internet. And that was for a while. Then maybe around 2017 when I got into university, I started, programming, doing computer science, usual tech person going through their degree. And after a while, I started looking back into crypto, Now, when I started looking back into it, I realized, it's not just more than some funny token on the internet. There's a lot more to it. There's the whole blockchain, architecture, everything, all that. So I thought, okay, you know what? I haven't really specialized in anything yet. I'm just a front-end, back-end, full-stack developer. Let me look into something new. So I looked into blockchains. I started seeing, around this time, NFTs were also slowly coming up. It's not as big as it was in 2019, 2021, all that. But I was looking into it and I'm like, okay, this is cool. Maybe I can kind of create a Python bot or something that could maybe track the market price, track all this different data. And as I started to delve a little more into, web3.js and ethers.js, I started to see, hey, you know what? This is pretty cool. Let me try and get into it professionally. And then I need to see how can I get into it professionally. Malaysia itself isn't very big. At that time, it wasn't even known to a lot of people back then. So, as a student, how can I get in? Because if you looked at any of the jobs, they're like, okay, have 5 years experience in this. It's pretty senior, And so I started building out these little projects, bots for this, bots for that. Then I started integrating maybe MetaMask into my dApp or my application. and say, hey, I integrated this crypto wallet. You can now make this transaction. All these little things built up a project. And finally, I started, jumping into people's discords, talking to the community and everything. And finally, Talisman, which was my company that I worked for about a year and a half, they're like, hey, you've been contributing a lot to the community. Why don't you just join us full time? And I told them that I'm actually currently studying right now. Would that be an issue? They're like, no, it's no issue. Now, this is a remote company in America. So, as a student here in Malaysia, not being exposed to remote work, that was a pretty big opportunity for me. So I went right at it. And that's how I got into the space professionally. Yeah, so that's me.
I can't top that. So my journey is a lot more boring than his. I wasn't a comp science grad. I don't have comp science degree. I graduated as an electrical engineer with no programming experience at all. Worked a couple of months in this local M&E means mechanical and electrical consultant firm that does a lot of construction work for buildings and stuff like that. And I realized that it's such a boring world, right? Like, not to offend anyone here, but to me it was boring. It's always the same thing day in day out. I can remember that myself, like not wanting to go to work on Monday, dreading that Monday will come. It wasn't. I asked myself a question: do I want to live that life for the rest of my life? No. So I immediately I made a brave move. I hop on to a software house that was and they were brave enough to hire someone who doesn't know programming, and they onboard me, they trained me, gave me some experience. I was learning how to debug on Visual Studio, not Visual Code, Visual Studio on my first job. And how do I get Web3? Well, interestingly, in that company, they were, it was after the 2017 bull run, it was 2018, and the CEO at that time wanted to explore blockchain, and they created like a two-man team. I was somehow being put into team, and that's how I wrote my first Solidity code, run my own Geth node, first time setting up my Geth node and so on and so forth. So after working in there for a couple, I also touched on something like private blockchain. I don't know anyone have heard of Hyperledger. So I was pretty involved in doing that, like trying to build some development on it. It was all for work. And after a couple of years, I realized that, not a couple of years, like probably 1 year and a half, I realized that, what I'm doing is like not something that I want. Like I want to get more exposure to the Ethereum space, because Ethereum is much more than a private blockchain. It is much more than a local software house trying to build their own product for other people. So I realized that I was looking at job street. I was looking for a new job, and I realized that Etherscan is actually a Malaysian company. Pretty cool. I applied. I thought that was it, applied, no one got back. That's normally what happens in the job hunt nowadays. But interestingly, someone got back, and going through the interview process, I got hired in Etherscan. And working in Etherscan for a good 2 years exposed me to a lot of things. I get to know people in the community of Ethereum working on so many cool stuff, and it opens a lot of doors. And then I wanted to, after working there for a couple of years, 2 years, I wanted to explore more in the Ethereum space. So I left them and I joined shortly a Singaporean company, which I then left and I joined my current company, which is based in UK. So how do I get to my current company? Interestingly, it was all because of hackathons. So for those who are in the talk just now, I mentioned of hackathons. So it happened to me. I was joining ESOL at the time, and they had this after party at like a buffet kind of bar restaurant kind of thing, and Vitalik was there. But the main point wasn't Vitalik. The main point was Tomasz. Tomasz is the current CEO of Nethermind. So I didn't know he was CEO. He was very casually like hopping into my table and introducing himself that he's from Nethermind, which is a company that I've heard of, definitely, because they're very in client. And I didn't know he was CEO, so we talked very casually. And then again, that was it. That was for the day. And then again, I met him again in Vietnam, and he remembers me, and he knows that I tried to apply for Nethermind. I failed a couple of times, and he knows that I joined a lot of hackathons, good experience also in the Web3 space, and decided to hire me on the spot. So probably that's how I got my current job in Nethermind and also the Web3 space.
All right, thanks, Chichuan. And it's funny that you mentioned Tomasz walking around at events. I don't know if people here know, but like the CEO and founder of both Etherscan and CoinGecko are walking around here today, and you probably wouldn't recognize them or know that they are the founders of both of these huge Malaysian companies that are used by everyone in the world. Okay, so quick backstory for myself. similar to Chichuan, I had that sort of disillusionment of working in corporate. Again, I'm not a developer, so I did actuarial science. I went into into an insurance company. It's a corporate insurance company that probably everyone here would have known. But it's insurance and corporate, so it's even more boring. And we tried to do a bunch of projects there, and then even when we had some good results, the management didn't really want to try any of those new stuff. And at the time, this was about 2016. So I heard about this blockchain thing that can potentially change the world. And a bit off topic, if you want, you can talk about more about how the insurance industry isn't designed in a way that's meant to help the people who actually need the products the most. And that was one of the cool things that I thought blockchain could allow people to do. So I joined a startup called Hello Gold. It's a fintech startup, but they were exploring things with blockchain. And then there was an ICO, and I got similar to Chicho, I got roped into basically doing that. And so that was my exposure to the whole space. And then in the middle of 2018, there was a bunch of meetups happening, a bunch of crypto meetups, but pretty much all of them were shilling some coin or some ICO. And some of us wanted discuss and wanted to come together and do like a meetup where it's a bunch of people who want to learn about what the technology can do, not just the programming side of things, but like even the social side of things, which is what Nextdoor is discussing. Yeah, so then we started, and obviously Etherscan being an Ethereum company and a Malaysian company, it made sense to invite Matt, the founder, and we had Michael, who's a co-founder of Infura. And so we did one meetup, and then one meetup became more meetups, and I guess until today. And when I kind of was leaving Hello Gold, because the Etherscan team had already known me for a long time, we'd been doing a bunch of meetups together. I even bugged in their kind of room when we went to DEF CON. So there was already a natural relationship, and it became like hey, just join the team. We don't know what you're going to do, but just join it and then we'll figure it out later. So yeah, so that's how I joined the Etherscan team. And then I think similar with a lot of companies, probably for the companies that you guys have worked with, other companies that you work with as well, is that a lot of the Web3 teams are smaller. So, it's not a corporate at all. Like, there's a bunch of, you probably have to wear many different hats, do many different jobs. And there's a lot of potential to like move and do different things in different roles. And so now I'm a product manager at Etherscan. So at this point, I just want to ideally get you guys to ask questions, just so that you know the three people here and our sort of backstories. And if there's anything that you'd like to know, then you can ask us, ideally, because it's to your benefit. But if not, then I can ask other questions as well. So do we have a volunteer who'd like to ask a question? Yeah, go ahead and just ask.
I would really catch up. But in order to get in, in order to learn things, to get in and work with them, that's where you learn the like. But what is the suggestion, advice to get in?
Okay, just to repeat the question for people who might not have heard it as clearly. So what would be advice that you'd give for people who want to get into the space? Because even getting into the space, basically, to get a job, you need to have experience, but you need to have experience to get a job, and so on. So, Chichuan, you want to answer?
Good question. So Web3 space is very new. To get experience, like you said, you kind of need to work to get experience, and to get work to get experience, you kind of need to work to get experience, and so forth. You know how it works, right? But the thing about Web3 is that it's not like that. When I say it's not like that, it's because there are many opportunities for you to get involved. Like Joshua over here, how he got his first job, he contributed on his own free time to an open source repo and get noticed and get hired. That's a good way to contribute to open source repo. Even though you may not contribute to the company that you work at, but the fact that you have GitHub history in it, and people can see that, oh, this guy is so good in Rust. Like, why is he not hired? Then someone will definitely approach him, ask him if he's interested for a job, and that happens fairly common. Another good way I mentioned many times just now in Mesperio Talk, join hackathons. You get to meet new people, and through hackathons, you are being forced to hands-on make your hands dirty, to integrate, to write code, to build projects and deal with protocols. And you might get noticed, and you can even use that as your so-called experience, right? And actually, that's even better than like you working in a company and get experience, because that shows motivation. The fact that you are doing it without being forced, it's a lot of motivation, if you ask me. And what's one thing that you can come out from a hackathon is that you can even start up your own company. So many people who are in Web3, they are founders because they have these very cool project ideas, or they have gained experience by self-learning, self-taught, being self-motivated to contribute code, ideas, join communities, and all these things can be done on their own free time. Yeah, so a lot of self-motivation. You don't have to work for a company to get the experience. That's what I would say. Do you have any add on?
Actually, exactly what she would say. As someone who just joined us as their first job, I'd say the best way to get in is by mingling with all the people. Like, you came here, that's already your first step into it, you know? There's so many people around, founders, all these people running these companies. Just get to know them and then, you know, pitch yourself to them. That's one of the best ways you can do.
And just to add a couple more points. So you're here at an ETHKL event, and what we've heard is that KL is very lucky to have an active community like ETHKL. And whether you are an expert or a beginner, everyone's open. There's a student from APU that I can recall who was very shy when he first met us, I think end of last year. But then he joined hackathons, and then they had like ETHKL other members who helped guide them to kind of carry them for maybe the first couple hackathons. But now they are carrying other people, and they're getting a lot of other people involved, and doing a bunch of cool stuff with zero knowledge proofs and so on. So that's actually a real life example of someone from the community who's been able to grow very quickly in only a few months. And we've heard many cases in the Web3 space of people who didn't have any background in Web3, and within 6 months or a year, they became like an expert in one specific niche within the space. So it's definitely there, and probably compared to almost any other industry is way easier. And compared to many other cities, KL actually has a lot of things to help you to get forward. And the other item, actually kind of maybe a bit controversial, but as mentioned, as we were showing in the previous session, right? All this, like, you can use the blockchain, and one very huge incentive, whether rightly or wrongly, is that there are these airdrops that are always happening. And Web3 is probably the only industry where you basically get paid to be someone's user, not in like some free grab rights or whatever, but literally like tokens that you can sell for cash. And a lot of this airdrop hunting actually is people using that protocol or that blockchain. You maybe deploy a contract, or even just use the testnet, or join their Discord in a certain way, and you actually potentially get airdrops from there. And I like to say that, you know, you do it for the money, but then after that you actually learn how to use this technology that's very confusing, right? And then if you've already used it with your own hands, that's actually way better of a teacher than anyone who can talk to you for hours about what this technology is about. Cool, thanks. Do we have another question? Go ahead.
How do you make your family member feel? You know, it's like Asian parents, like, they would be like, okay, this is crazy new stuff. Are my son gonna be okay with getting into this space? You know, how do you overcome? How do you deal with that? How do you work with it?
Okay, so the question was, how do you explain to your family joining crypto?
That's a very interesting and good question. So my parents still do not understand what on earth am I doing right now. Neither do I feel like explaining anymore. No, so actually what we're doing is like we're doing legit work, right? We are writing code. At least for me, I'm writing code, and knock on wood, even though if it didn't make it, the code that we write the knowledge that we write from writing code will always be there. I can easily apply to another job that wants me to write more code. And my parents are always very curious, like how on earth am I going to so many countries joining all those hackathons and get money to fund my other hackathons. Like they don't get it, like it's a new space, but with time they get used to it, like, oh, another business trip. I guess something that it comes like with time, they have to get used to it. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, again, very similar to G. I mean, I had to convince my parents as well. I have my Desi parents, you know, like, why didn't you just become a regular computer engineer like everyone else? And I just told them that, you know, I'm still programming. Like you said, if I need to go to another job, I know I can. I'll just work on it. It should, as long as you can see that I'm happy and that, you know, I can live off it, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of you once I start working. So yeah.
And I think one unfortunate thing that the industry has is that, you know, people will call it crypto, right? And people will think, oh, it's just a way for you to like pump and dump some coin that nobody's heard of, or it's some meme of something. And like there's no real value. It's just like gambling on the prices of coins. But hopefully, if you're working in the space and you understand what blockchains are, first of all, and what your project or protocol is doing, hopefully it's a legit thing, then you can explain to them, right, that this is something that is valuable, that is being used by people, that is adding some value in some way to a user, and it's not just there for people to gamble. All right, very good question. Thank you. Can we get any other volunteer? Sure, Arif.
So I guess for people who are not used to getting paid potentially in crypto, what would be your advice in terms of like the means to off ramp that money?
You mean? Yeah, just remember this is recorded.
Yeah, sorry, could you just... Oh,
No, you repeat the question.
Oh, so basically you're just trying to ask, like, if you want to off-ramp your cryptocurrency, yeah, cash out within Malaysia specifically or in general? Okay, so I had been paid in crypto in my job, and... Okay, are we allowed to talk? Actually... Okay, so, I mean, it's not illegal, but I think the way that I did it was go through Binance. So Binance has their P2P exchange, and generally, for some reason, USDT is always higher there. So you kind of get a bump in your salary for some reason. Yeah, so I generally transfer it over to Binance, and from there, I'd P2P trade it out. So someone would transfer it to my Wise account, for example. Or the other legal way is going through Luno. So Luno is, you know, actually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the more transparent way, since, you know, it's Malaysian regulated as well. So yeah.
Yeah, so you can again, not legal or financial advice, but you can trade it over the counter, which means if you know any of your friends who want to buy crypto, you can sell it to them. And one very important thing, whoever's earning, let's say, from a remote job, whether in crypto or in some other currency, please declare your taxes and support the government. Okay, do you have another question? Go ahead. Do you mean students who are outside or who are inside? So the talent outside the company, how to improve them so that... Okay.
So the question was, how do companies like Etherscan, Nethermind, and Talisman cultivate talent outside of the company and attract them into the space? So I'm going to take that first because that's what we do in Nethermind. We have this thing called internship program where everyone is encouraged to apply, and it's a paid internship position. You have 3 months, and because Nethermind has various teams that works on many things, such as we have Ethereum client. We are very involved in the Starknet ecosystem. We build various infrastructure and tooling for Starknet, if you know what Starknet is. We also have teams that do DeFi research, technical due diligence. I'm basically going to shield my company right now, but I'm not going to do that. So what I'm trying to say is that we have so many teams, and interns are actually encouraged to hop between teams to learn from each team. And basically, what they do is that what they can do is that 1 month they work in this team, and another one they help to another team, or they can choose to spend the entire 3 months in one team. It's up to them entirely. So and there are no expectation from interns. They are free to learn, contribute, and do whatever they want. And if they are good at the end of the 3 months, they may be converted to a full time. So I think that's a very good way to onboard people who are curious and who are good to join Web3, not to say the company, but join Web3 in general, because they get exposed to so many fields. And that's especially possible in Nethermind because Nethermind covers across so many aspects in Web3. So, and what's in for Nethermind, you may ask. So when interns have a good experience, they might go out and say that Nethermind is such a great company, so on and so forth. So it's like a long-term advertisement or marketing kind of strategy. So I think it's a win-win situation for both the company and also the interns.
For Etherscan, same with internships. If you don't know anything about the space, or well, at least you should know something about the space before you get an internship. But if you don't know much about how to work or how to work in Web3, then you can join an internship and you get exposed to how it works. So Etherscan offers that as well. If you can see, even for this event today, a lot of Etherscan team members are volunteering their time to share, and even outside of the event, just contributing to the local community. ETHKL was, as I mentioned, even before I joined Etherscan, met the founder, went all in to help in many, many ways that may not even be obvious to people. Hopefully Gecko can do that as well. But yeah, so just helping to contribute to the local community, and then when there is a local community of people who are experienced, who are knowledgeable, then the pool of talent that you can hire from also increases. So it's to the benefit of the company to be able to do that. All right, so we are at 1:27. I think we have time for one last question. All right. I think we have one question. Let's take two. Okay, let's take two. It's only lunch after this, so if people are very hungry, you can go outside. I won't be offended. But yeah, we can get the first question over there. And that's probably a question for Etherscan as a local company here.
Yeah, probably for me then.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can speak on behalf of Etherscan first. So the question was, how would local companies compete with all these global companies out there who can pay much more? Let's say if they pay in USD, that's like 4 times more. How do you be competitive in terms of salary? So I think the first thing I would say, and just to be clear, I'm not HR for Etherscan, so just take it with a pinch of salt. But I think the first thing is that whether or not it's about Malaysia or non-Malaysia, for Etherscan, it's very important that people work for the company, not necessarily just for the money. Obviously, you have to be paid to work, but Etherscan is a product that needs to be credibly neutral, and there is a lot of trust in you as a person that the team needs to have. There needs to be a lot of integrity that we can see in you, because there are many ways that things can get screwed up if someone in Etherscan decides to do it. So there's a lot of focus on the kind of person you are, and if you are the kind of person who wants to have like more and more money, then you're probably not the right kind of person to fit in the Etherscan culture anyway. And then from a competitive salary point of view, we'd like to think that we pay very competitive salaries by Malaysian standards, and you are living in Malaysia, so your costs are also not as high as someone who is, let's say, living in Silicon Valley, then so definitely still cannot compete, but it's in many ways on par because your costs are lower as well. But if you ask someone who is trying to do this geographical arbitrage of working in Malaysia and earning in US dollars, which is amazing, by the way, then probably Etherscan's not the best place for you to be able to do that. But yeah, and in the end, if you are an employee of any company and if you are adding a lot of value, then it doesn't matter really what the market rate is for, let's say, someone of your rank or your seniority. But if the value that you are adding is very, very high for the company will recognize and reward you for it. And I can speak from personal experience because, as I mentioned, when I joined the team, it was with no role in mind. So the market rate for that was basically zero. And you had to prove that you are adding value to the company. And I can say from personal experience that the company has kind of rewarded me for the value that I've added to the team.
There was a second part of the question, like how do you feel about getting paid like lower compared to your I don't know, US counterpart? So actually that's entirely up to you, right? How you negotiate with the company's HR. But you have to understand that some companies like probably the States or Belgium, I heard, has such even Singapore has a lot of high tax. So you have to take that into account. So the raw value may not amount to whatever you earn at the end of the day. Take it into account. And at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you how you want to negotiate with HR. If your company is happy to pay you higher, I mean, it's good for you. But if they feel that, okay, geographically, you should be paid lower than your, I don't know, US counterpart doing the same job, you can always pick another company. That's one that you work at, because remember in Web3, we are unbounded. When I say that, we are unbounded by our location. There's always another good company for you to join. And if you feel that this company is outreach, then you can work towards it. How? Improve your skills. I don't know. See what the company wants. Try to contribute to their GitHub repo. That's probably a lot of people doing. Get to know their people. Get direct referral. A lot of strategies for you to get to the company you want. So I would say there's no good solution to that. It's a lot of like own effort and motivation.
I mean, just to add on to that, financially speaking, you should work for what you're worth. So if you feel like you're not getting paid enough and you're contributing a lot more than you to the company, then definitely you should seek somewhere where you can get that value. But you should also look at the cost of living in the country that you're staying and the cost of living of your peers who probably in America, like you said, mentioned, if you're staying in Silicon Valley and you're paying, $5,000, $6,000 for rent, you only need to pay about, 2-3K here, ringgit. Is it really necessary for you to make that much? But then again, you can look back at your value as well. Do you need to get paid 6,000, 10,000 per month for your value? So yeah, just look at that, both ways, kind of balance it out.
Yeah, and I think as someone who is like looking for, to make a living for yourself and have a comfortable life, generally I would even suggest any kind of like students or whatever that, if you want to become really rich, you shouldn't rely on a salary. Like your salary is a capped monthly amount. If you're in crypto already, there's a huge potential of returns. That comes together with a huge potential of risk as well. But probably if you are like very well informed in the space, just whether you are working for a company or even just being very active in EKL and knowing all the latest stuff that's happening, you actually have a lot of alpha that you get above pretty much everyone else in the world. So if you want to make a lot of money, you make it through investments. You don't make it through a salary. Okay, and one last question.
Yeah, actually not really a question, but I noticed that a lot of the people here with us have been asking questions about careers and how to get started. I'm from a firm called Etherscan Capital. We are Malaysia's first crypto asset manager. So if anybody wants to work together in a company that's kind of the bridge between the physical fiat world and Web 3.0, please get in touch with me. I'll give you a business card and let's talk.
All right. Nice pitch at the end there. And so actually, but that's a good segue because I was actually going to mention to everyone here that there are, as mentioned, a bunch of different companies, some huge companies in the space who are based in KL. So they are here today. And if you are interested to get a job, can I get kind of a show of hands? There's CoinGecko HR is here. So please feel free to ask questions about CoinGecko. Etherscan HR is here. So please feel free to ask there. Huga Gaming. Okay, you can talk to Johnson over there. And sorry, Elegant Capital. Halogen Capital over here. So yeah, we hope that not just through this event, but any other stuff that ETL does, it's a good shelling point for people to meet each other. So in this case, for people who are looking for a job and people who are looking for people to do jobs. So with that in mind, thanks everyone. And yeah. And we can have lunch outside here. Yep. By the way, if volunteers can share, there is a QR code that unfortunately we couldn't have in time